I forgot to plug in. I was saying the reason I'm so fat is probably to not resemble Ewan McGregor. Because of the humidity, my hair has decided to do a mega swoosh. What's up, Commander? My hair's decided to do a mega swoosh in the humidity, and I didn't choose the swoosh chose me. I can't shake it. You saw me. I tried to shake it. I tried to shake the swoosh, but the swoosh just stays. All it can do is look a little bit more messy as I run my hands through it. A little bit of oil from my fingers does a little tiny bit of styling to the swoosh, but look at this, I can't get rid of it. Go away. No, it's back. See? That's all it does. All it does is disturb the hair in other places. The swoosh is cool. No, it's a little bit much. It's mirrored, so I'm having trouble, like, ugh. Yeah, I can't get rid of it. It's just part of my hair now. It's because of the humidity, so. Living the swoosh life. Yeah, I'm swooshing today. How about you guys? I decided to swoosh. It's ridiculous. Trying to show my face as much today. Let's get. We got to get some work done today. I got to actually get some work done instead of just hanging out. I could just do like a podcast. I would remain with 4 viewers. The 4 viewers that I have at the moment would just remain, and that would be it. It would be podcast stream. This is on the way. We're replacing this, so maybe we'll get this out of here and anticipate having a Teensy 4.1. The reason that I chose the 4.1 is because it's got a memory card slot. I think I have some SD breakout slots, but instead of running more wires, why not just get a microcontroller that has an SD card in it? And that way, what we can do is store settings and store graphics. So that's the big decision behind the larger microcontroller. And also, you know, we have direct access to a lot more pins, so I don't have to use the, what you call it? I don't have to use these. Teensy 4.1, bitch. Oops. I'm deciding to make it easy on myself. You know, we've struggled a lot for this thing. Look at all this struggle. This is strife right here is what this is. This is pure, unadulterated strife. And going a little easy on myself is kind of important. I need to run a lot of wires to a lot of places. So that's what we're going to do. I think for the most part, I'm going to keep the pinout about the same. All I have to do is just make informed decisions about which systems I'm hooking up where. So I might actually be able to make it channel A, B, or what is it? Out 2, 3, or like 1, 2, and 3 instead of 1, 2, 4. I could have internal speakers on channel 4. I can make it do a happy little boot up noise. Beep, boop, beep, ba 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 bop. And then it would be booted. Because it's going to have to do a lot of self-checks at boot. There's going to be like, it's going to be like my oscilloscope taking a full minute to boot up. I don't think it'll take a full minute to boot up. I think it'll be relatively quick. It's just that we need to pump 10 volts plus and minus into the input and then measure the output and tune the output with that so that everything's accurate. Tune, not as in move the potentiometer. I could put digital potentiometers on all the op-amp circuits. That would be very extra of me. No, instead, there will be manual adjustment of potentiometers to get it good as near enough as makes no difference, and then in comes digital tuning in order to just sort of weight the voltage levels that it calls for from the PCM 5100. So, like, instead of calling for 10 volts, it might call for like 10.1 or like 9.9, and that would give it the appropriate 10 volt output given the tuning of this. So maybe I need that to be a little bit hot because, well, no, because this is going to have authority of plus minus 3 volts. So if I tune this to be able to get above 10 volts, then whatever movement of this circuit over time, either just through heating and cooling, or whatever variations can happen will be able to be countered for. So it can go over instead of just being able to go under. Yeah. That'll lower the resolution, but I don't think we're going to be suffering from resolution. It would be kind of cool if I did put digital pots and everything. How cool would that be? I mean, we've dabbled in digital potentiometers before for the steering wheel project. The steering wheel project needed digital potentiometers because the steering wheel hardware wanted a potentiometer on an Ethernet cable as its input. So we said, okay, sure. And so we put digital potentiometers on it. So I have a bunch of digital potentiometers, and they're pretty good. They do a good job. They got quite a bit of resolution for what they are. It would be fun and funny and very complicated if I put a digipot in here as a joke. No, as a means by which to physically tune it, because then I could set this for a voltage, tune it, and then sense the voltage here in DC and get it to be within specifications. And then we wouldn't lose resolution. That would be the whole thing. We wouldn't lose resolution. I'll just put digipot. That'd be a future thing to do. To retain. Resolution. Ugh. The thing about having clear handwriting is slowing down. That O still looks weird. I'm writing really far away and my eyes are kind of getting out of focus. Here we go. You got to slow down to write properly, which does not mesh with taking notes in class and stuff like that. That's where most of my handwriting has gone to. And then I decided to slow the hell down when I'm writing stuff, and that made it a little bit more clear. How's everybody doing? I hope all of my viewers are out of the path of this hurricane. What's up, Lawn Dog? We've just got, like, in Philadelphia, we just have rainy weather. I don't even think it's raining right now. It's just kind of gloomy out there. It might be, we're going to get spots of rain, and then it's going to get worse over the next couple of days. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I have to set up a new machine. I have a new computer coming in. I gotta make sure it's viable for everybody. I don't know if that's going to take all day or what that's going to be. Doing good over on the West Coast. Yeah, you successfully avoided the hurricane. Well done. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to mean as the storm moves north. Because this is a big one. This is a big one. What up, Walrus? How you doing? Give us some of that rain in California. We were in pretty much a desert before. On Sunday, last Sunday, I watered the whole house. I watered the whole house because it's growing. It's just getting larger and larger. I had to spend an hour watering everything, and now nature's making fun of me, and everything is getting soaked. But at least I gave the dirt a little bit of a chance to absorb some of this new rain instead of having it all wash off of dry soil. All the grass around here was brown. It was all dying. And then my dog has the audacity after she poops to do the leg thing, where they kind of like kick all the dirt away. And I swear that dog is going to drop kick a turd, because every now and then when she takes her poops, she'll have a turd left over, like a little one. And since she's got this big skirt of butt hair coming off, so it'll kind of like hold on to it. So when she does the leg maneuver, she's like sassing her little butt back and forth, right? And doing little kicks out the back. And, you know, it works. It drops the turd down. But she's kicking at the same time. So at some point, I'm going to be like, good dog, That's a good poop. And a turd is just going to go right against my face and it'll hit me like fucking JFK. I'm just going to and crumble because that's disgusting. But I mean, the maneuver is there. Everything is set up for a perfect drop kick turd from my dog due to her habits. But when she does the leg thing, she's digging herself like a pit in the dry soil because it's just destroying the grass. The grass is like, oh shit, I'm gonna die soon. Like any little thing could just kill me at this point. I'm in emergency brown mode so that I don't use up a lot of water because there's nothing. And then my dog comes around and just fucking smacks that blade of grass and it's just permanently dead. It is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. But yeah, we've gotten all this rain now and there's new grass seed all over the place. So the wet soil will allow all that grass seed to settle in. Things will be nice and green in no time, just for October, just in time for October. I'm glad I don't have to use this thing because these CDM port expanders they're big and they kind of convolute the code a little bit. They're not bad, but she kicked from the dead grassy knoll. It's the magic turd theory. My favorite JFK theory, I think, is the pillbox Jackie Kennedy, where she has a gun in her hat. These did not get used in the project, and I'm a little sad about it. But having all of the information of the digital displays is good, because I can see voltages as well as current, although the analog meters would have given me enough quickness in number changes to see trends, but oh well. Yeah, that leg maneuver is going to, like, destroy the grass. And, by the way, she didn't even start doing that. When she was a puppy, she did not do the leg maneuver, the little brushy leg thing that dogs do. She saw another dog doing it and then decided that that was her thing. It's so weird how stuff like that works, where it's like, your dog knows to do and how to do certain things from birth without much influence from other dogs. Is it, like, genetic memory? But then she'll see something that's common to dogs and learn it almost instantly. She'll pick it up right away. Weird how that works. What do we suppose humans know just intrinsically? How did I configure these? Washer, lock, washer, bolt. That makes sense. I'm going to need a new behavior unlocked. It's like a skill tree. It's the nature's original skill tree. Everyone out there playing Path of Exile or some shit. What else is on the skill tree? Can I look ahead? What are we capable of? You imagine you're like, yeah, I'm working towards telepathy. Oh, shit, telepathy's real? Yeah, it's on the skill tree. Yeah, it's right there. It's like, you gotta work into it, though. There's a couple skills you gotta get as prerequisites. Damn it! Try to set these up so that they can live the rest of their lives in a cabinet, and maybe one day I'll go, I need a less than 1 amp ammeter on this thing. And I'll go grab one of these. And it'll make a really cool front panel for something. I didn't do much CAD yesterday. I didn't do much Fusion 360ing, and I forgot to email those guys about the Creator Edition, but I found that Amazon has magnetic disconnects with pogo pins. So if you look up pogo magnetic, you will get a whole bunch of results of different magnetic electrical connectors. Really cool stuff. So if I use the magnetic electrical connectors, I can have the car body for the RC car drop down and connect to a couple of the radio channels. So I'll be able to do things like have turn signals and high and low beams on the car body itself. I think that'll be kind of fun. I think that would be just super fun to do. You have 2 washers on this thing so that you can crush a third one in the middle that has the contact on it. And then the lock nut just keeps it from loosening and puts a little pressure down on everybody. Looks like these came with a lot of extra hardware. The old ones didn't. I kind of ran out of stuff in the middle of putting them together. This is another one of those Deckard Chill albums. Hopefully it's not too much. Why did I keep dropping it? I keep dropping it. Come back here. Chat kind of comes in waves, don't they? Wonder if it's a Twitch thing. All right, let's get this done. I don't know if the hurricane's going to affect me up here on the up in the upper region of the Twitch. Ugh. Up here in the upper part of the East Coast, I do not know if hurricane stuff is going to affect us at all. We're going to get a lot of rain, that's for sure, but will that lead to anything else? I have 4 more. I guess this one came with enough to do... But I don't need to do the electrical contact thing with these. Although I was tempted, if we were actually working... We are co-working right now? I see. Yeah, if I were to use these, I'd probably put like a yellow LED in them, just to make them light up like they had a lamp, and so that's when I use these lower contacts as electrical contacts. Right now, all they do is they hold the screen on. They hold the front plastic on. God damn it! Doing this with tweezers is not easy. Eh. There they are. They're chatting. Blah, 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 blah. Is it still September or are we in Socktober? It is still September. We have a limited amount of September left. What the? These are like really badly threaded. They're not well threaded. Very, very cheap hardware coming with these things. Everybody's got to make their dollars. I miss the old days when your cheap hardware was still cheap. Wait a minute. Wait, it's cheap hardware? Always has been. There we go. It's just threading wrong. All right. Do I have an even amount of hardware left? No. I have 2 lock washers and one singular washer. Oh my god, look at this one. Whoa. Whoa. Look at this one. You want cheap hardware? There's your cheap hardware. How do you do this? How does this get by? This is not okay. This is not okay. I can buy 10,000 of these things and they won't look like this. What happened to your tooling? Remind me later to send you my old heating tank. What? I got it specifically to flux pads and dip it and pre-tin everything. Wait, specifically to flux pads, dip it to pre-tin everything. I can send along a block of good high lead solder as well. No, I don't need that. No, I don't need that. I have a heat plate. I actually have a hot plate, and I do plan on using it the next time we do like a circuit board build, because it'd be pretty much a money shot for internet stardom. And I don't know if that'll happen, because it's not like, if I post it to any of these other subreddits, my account, by the way, my Oh Bother Reddit account, was not only compromised and hacked and stolen from me by changing passwords, it is now banned. Which I'm okay with, because that means nobody can go be Oh Bother on Reddit anymore. But that was a 15-year-old Reddit account. Oh well. I only lurk nowadays anyway. But the point is, a lot of the time on the front of Reddit, you get microscope shots of soldering, and they go gangbusters throughout that whole place. I can get shots like that. I can get shots of the solder paste flowing over on a board. You're talking about like a solder pot. I do not want a solder pot in here. I have wooden desks. Simple case to be made. Everything in here is made out of wood. I don't want a solder pot. Hot plate soldering is very satisfying. Yeah, the plate that I got is really going to be really good. The only problem is you then have a hot square in your lab, so there's a great place for you to kind of rest your arm on if you smell bacon. But yeah, those solder pots are really good if you have like a big wiring harness to do. You can just dip the end in of the wire in, but you can also do the same thing with solder paste. You can dip in solder paste, and then the iron on the end does a perfect job of tinning everything. I got one of those little ones. I don't want a solder pot in here because it's a pretty dangerous little gubbin. That thing will ruin your Christmas. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd be hovering my hand over it just for an exciting shot. Just to get an exciting shot that'll make people ooh ah. That's pretty much the role that the bandsaw has. Whenever I use the bandsaw, people are like, "Dear God, how is he still alive?" I don't do it often though. I don't like to push the scripted, you know, view catching things because you can really tell when somebody does it. MHP 50. I don't know what that. I don't know what that is. Hot plate soldering is very... Oh, yeah, I already read that. I'm up to date. I swear, I know how to stream. I haven't been doing it since 2016. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4. Has there really fucking been 8 years of streaming? Dear God. I've been doing this for 8 years? This December? Actually, December 14th is my partner anniversary. That's when I partnered with a platform. When I finally got enough viewers in 2019. I'm not even at those numbers anymore. I guess pandemic being what it was, right? We're all getting old. That's fine. It's fine. Don't fear it. Don't fear it. It's just what happens. There's no point in stressing over stuff that doesn't matter, you know? To use a miter saw. After drinking a fifth of vodka every time I do it on Discord stream, people are like, "How the fuck do you still have 10 fingers?" Yeah, that's what the bandsaw looks like too. I actually bought a miter saw. I've got it. It's in the other room for a lot of money, but it means that I can cut frame rails cleanly. The difference between a band and a chop saw, is that a miter saw? That's a miter saw. The choppy saw, the difference between the two is that if you get a metal blade for the choppy saw, it'll chip off little pieces of metal and leave you with a very clean cut. As opposed to the bandsaw, which would either have teeth doing this or maybe have straight teeth, but that, for some reason, that makes a much, like, uglier cut. And also with the miter saw, everything's locked down and it makes just a very repeatable motion that's, like, direct. Whereas with the bandsaw, you're passing it through and it's required to have, like, an axis of movement. With the bandsaw, I tried to lock everything down. I did a 3D print that held a linear rail and held the piece that I was cutting on the linear rail and passed it very smoothly, and it was still disgusting. It was still a terrible cut. Yeah, the miter saw is just a vastly superior cutting force. But when you're dealing with a lot of 2020 rail, which I do, yeah, it helps out a lot. But it was not cheap. I spent, and by the way, I have a little buzzsaw thingy, right? A little one of those little saws, which is the same thing as the chop miter thing, but you buy hundreds of dollars worth of tooling in order to have it chopped down in a predictable manner. That's what it's all about. Saws are something to respect. Clamp your shit down, keep all body parts away. Yeah, complacency is the enemy of any shop like this. And I know I parody it a lot by saying, you know, you're the only thing in the shop that heals. You have that capability, so throw yourself between the machine and the workpiece, because, you know, you'll heal. The work that you're doing will never heal from your mistakes. So make sure that you position yourself to keep those mistakes from being costly for your manager. That's the important part. No, that's parody. That's parody. The reality of it is that you are the softest thing in the shop. You're a little whiny little baby in this shop full of sharp angles and things that will kill you and not even have a stray thought about doing it. You got to make sure not to let yourself get complacent around the tools. I know people parrot safety pretty hard on me because I'm often not all that safe with stuff. But in the background, I'm thinking about everything. I am not unaware of the safety protocols that I need to do, because damn, tools can be replaced, fingers and hands can't. No, they can. You could get prosthetics. It's fine. You know, all those cuts will heal. I did want to 3D print. There's a thing on Thingiverse that I found, just a finger with a bone sticking out. And I wanted to have that for when I use the saw over here. I can just fling the finger away and go, uh-oh. I don't know if that'll show up as well on camera, though, unless I plan it. Yeah, lizard DNA. There you go. Lamp and Elmau. Similar emotions. Similar emotions. Yeah, I got a debate about getting, emailing these guys and getting in that creator camp program. Do one Fusion video a month. Or I drop down to the free version. No. You see, you go on Thingiverse and you find the prosthetic and get good at 3D modeling without a finger or arm or whatever. And then you 3D model it and do it yourself. Yeah, prosthetics are very expensive. They're very, very specialized. And there's you've got to get it like form fitted and all that stuff. It's quite a profession and quite a thing. But I do love all the, people doing like generative design to make their prosthetic, and so it looks like this really like ornate framework instead of looking like a leg, looking like a uncanny valley plastic leg. Instead, you get something that's like lattice work that's holding up the foot. It's so cool. I would absolutely do that if my fucking leg explodes one day. But I'll do everything to prevent that happening. Do everything in my power to prevent that from happening. It would be funny to get it just right to the point where you're like walking around and your leg just suddenly fucking explodes from like a lateral force that you didn't anticipate. And you're like, god damn it, my leg fucking blew up. It's time to print another one. And do some slight improvements. Choose a different generative design result. I don't know how much that generative design stuff costs in Fusion. With my educational copy for 27 days left that I have it, I could do generative design. And we started down that path, and I wanted to play with it a little bit more, but it didn't end up coming to fruition. There was too much stuff that we had to kind of define in the software for it to be able to do that generative design. So, and Fusion, I believe, is $300 a month. So I can't afford that. Twitch maybe could barely pay it, but I'm not going to do that because Fusion is not the DNA of this channel. So one thing we would do is adapt and overcome and use the free version, and I'd lock it down and, archive all the stuff that I needed to, and maybe that would get me a little bit more organized. Or I sleazily weasel my way around the software, and I do the creator thing and do one video a month. And I you know what? I think doing the creator thing would be kind of funny. So I think I want to do that. We need to decently bloody war so that the great need for prosthetic drives down the price. Yeah, there you go. We need to embrace our cyber future by having a cyber war. That's what we need. We need a cyber war, and then everybody conveniently loses limbs with just enough left to operate robot arms. Wasn't George Bush like all about making robot arms a thing? Where has that gone? I know that the most advanced prosthetic I saw was out of a robotics company where the actual lead had 2 prosthetic legs, but you wouldn't know it by the way he was walking because the robotics of the legs make it so that the foot is doing naturalistic motions based on context or whatever. It gets some kind of a context from the world around it, and it works like a regular leg. And you're like, oh, this guy's got 2 legs. And then he takes one off, and you're like, what, huh? It's like a big rechargeable robotic leg, and I'm sure it's super cheap. It's probably anything but cheap. I should just share my corporate key with you later. My work pays for it. I don't want to. These are good changes. I don't like that the changes are occurring, which is, I don't know, kind of a good thing. It's stirring the pot. It's stirring the pot. I can no longer be, a sneaky, doing the raccoon hand thing. I got a free version by stretching the truth and saying I was in academia. Well, I'm not in a macadamia anymore, so I can't prove that I am, and they require you to prove that you are, fine. We'll adapt. We'll adapt to it. My usage of Fusion 360 has been quite heavy, and I've been able to do a lot of incredible stuff with it, and I plan on continuing to do incredible stuff with it. I think I'll get away with continuing the sort of quality of designs that we do here. I've got the Ewan McGregor swoosh going on today, and since I just trimmed the beard a little bit, a little haphazardly. It's a little sloppy. I could probably do another pass on it, but I'm a little bit too Ewan McGregor-y today. I'm like a fat Ewan McGregor. I want to replace my lower appendage with a single wheel like Gizmo Duck. I remember that. I remember that cartoon. That was on when I got home from school. Dating myself. That is completely dating myself. Don't admit to knowing Darkwing Duck stuff. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to have like a key, but I don't want to necessarily, you know, it would take a lot of stress out of stuff, but at the same time, I think this is a good thing. I think this is a good thing. This is a cool song. This is Deckard, My Definition of Chill. It's a SoundCloud thing that is from the Space Cowboys. They're a music collective that goes to Burning Man, and I saw them in 2011 when I went to Burning Man. I wonder if you could claim you're a self-learning student. The thing is, like, what they require is like university letterhead. So I couldn't say, maybe I could say I'm with Twitch, and then I do education with AutoCAD, and here's letterhead saying that I'm a partner at Twitch. Maybe I should try that. Would they accept that? I don't think they would accept that as an educational institution. I think they have a fixed number of educational institutions. And while I do no, while I do, damn it, I did it again. Did it again. While I do educational content, I think their educational content guidelines are probably more stipulated towards having actual like students, because they give you 250 keys that you can give out, or not keys or whatever, like license things that you can give out. Doo-doo. Man, if I could have 250 people watching my stream, give them all keys. It can't hurt to ask. Oh, it can hurt. It can hurt a lot. No, actually, it can't hurt any more than the situation that I'm in right now, so. Just say you go to MIT, but you don't have rich parents to bribe your way in. They want credentials. That's what they're looking for. They want, like, a student ID or something like that. I wonder if I could just, like make my own ID and make it look official enough, like twitch.edu. Hold on, I'm going to type that into a browser and see what the fuck happens. Twitch.edu. This site can't be reached. Oh, that's rare. Nobody's bought it to do some shenanigans with. I should buy twitch.edu and put my face up on it. I wonder who's squatting on that one. The worst case is they can say no, them. Ew. Oh, I love that joke. Oh, that's great. That's such a good one. Yeah, I don't know. The creator camp sounds fun, and then I get an excuse to do a video, the oh bother court-appointed mandatory Fusion 360 stream number 5. Like, that's a great title. I like that. Now, where the rubber meets the road is wondering about whether or not they mean publish a YouTube video to the main channel, or if a video that's in the live stream without a title card, without minutes noted, counts as the monthly appointed stream. Because if that's the case, I'm using Fusion enough around here that almost any video could be excused. There's tens of thousands of them, and I would only need to do 12 a year, which is totally doable. And even without the mandate stress, it would probably happen anyway. It's just that I think as of right now, because we're doing physical circuit building, we're not using Fusion all that much. So that's maybe a month where I haven't used it. So we would have to just break the mold and do a day of Fusion. It's not like I'm not using the program. I've got it open on the other machine. I'm doing RC car stuff with it. And I told you guys about that at the beginning of last stream. We could probably do a whole stream where I do that. What does Fusion cost you if you were to pay for it? I believe it's about $300 a month. I think it's like Adobe pricing. I can't believe people spend that much for Adobe. Autodesk.com. That's not a website. Yes, it is. Actually, let's just do Fusion 360 cost. It's free if you don't make a bunch of money off of it, but if you make a bunch of money off of it, 3 years for $2,000, a month for, oh, it's $85 a month. Okay, $680 for a full year. So $85 a month. So it's not Adobe. $300 savings. It would be a $680 savings for 12 videos. $680 for 12 videos at my level. That's not bad. Oh, this is a famous song that I would get immediately copyright struck for if it comes through at YouTube. Yeah, it's this song. This has been used in like every radio bump. Every radio station, every like modern rock radio station has used this fucking song. And like maybe a TV show where the characters have to look cool. Also learned a long time ago, being a network security engineer, that an MIT degree can be gotten out of a Cracker Jack box. The dumbest person I personally know has an MIT degree. All it means is your parents have money. Yeah. I would have loved to go to MIT because I'm dumb as rocks. That would be really cool. Oh yeah, it was from Snatch. Okay, that's right. No, I'm as dumb as a bag of rocks. Maybe a box. Maybe like a paper bag full of rocks. A wet paper bag full of rocks. I don't know why I'm so moist. But it would have been really cool to get into one of those pristine places. I applied to UPenn because both my parents went there, but that didn't work. Apparently, legacy means nothing to these yahoos. They decided to take a different student from my class to UPenn early. I would have loved for all that stress to be gone and have all those wonderful Ivy League connections. But I went to Drexel, and it was a perfectly functional university that kind of knocked me into shape and got me to actually learn how to learn and learn how to persevere in a storm of stupidity. I know now how to persevere through my own habits. Dumb as a bag of hammers is one of my favorite sayings. Putting your hammers in a bag is not dumb. There's nothing dumb about that. I guess rocks can go in bags too, and it's not that dumb. What am I supposed to do with the hammers? Do I put them in a tote? That's still a bag. So it's still a bag of... My tool bag is a bag. That has more than one hammer in it, typically. Actually, no, it only has one hammer in it right now. Maybe that's why I'm dumb. But a bag full of hammers is quite smart, because then you can move the hammers around. It's not like a pocket full of hammers might not be that smart. That's still borderline. I do know, and I've talked to a few MIT professors, wickedly smart, you gotta say it like, and awesome people. They would be willing to debate existence itself with you for hours if you brought it up. But that isn't what I talked to them about in specific. I talked to a UPenn professor that was in like the hardcore sciences, and his big gripe was that students out of UPenn, they don't know how to solder. You put them in a lab where they have to like build something that does electrical stuff in order to do whatever other biological shit they have to do, and they don't know how to solder a circuit together, even the simplest of things. Everything can be a bag of hammers if you try hard enough. It's true. I have to figure out what all those feet went to and why I have an uneven number of them. Why do I have an uneven number of device feet? Oh, we're going to try to get LEDs running today. I want to actually have something like cool to look at. We'll get LEDs running, and maybe I'll bring in another module in order to power them, to make them do like flippity doodah things, make them go red to green, green to red, machine ahead. Oh yeah, I remember the goose. Goose fell off of his perch and his head fell off. So, oh well. Content for work, for input to deal with a ransomware issue. We developed a program to unencrypt your shit. Oh, neat. Abuses BitLocker and removes the ransomware. That's cool. My dad's hospital got hit with one of those ransomwares. I forget how they resolved it, but it like messed up with all of their records. And like hospital computers already don't function. So, you know, hitting them with ransomware is not good. Why are we opening shady emails, doctors, huh? There was that one day during stream where my mother almost got completely hacked to no end. And I had to talk her down on the phone for a while, not to give this guy any information. When I finally got there, there was a literal command prompt open on screen with stuff typed after the command prompt that said, "You have virus, very yes." Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but it was like underscores, it like scanning, underscores, "You have virus." And it was all in one line of the command prompt without hitting enter. And I'm like, shut it all down. And she practically tackled me, getting me to stop this. But it's like I restarted the computer. We got some advice here that's actually, it's in a pinned comment on Discord, what to do in that event. And there's like steps to check the computer to see that it didn't like have anything too vulnerable leaked from it, because they asked her about bank accounts and they had her log into bank accounts and all that stuff. It was nasty, insidious stuff. We changed all the passwords. Nothing happened. We're still watching stuff, but nothing bad has happened as of yet. They did not get a lot of information. You are third. You are in fact third. We had Madam You and Long Dog ahead of you. But yeah, it was a disgusting situation where this guy was manipulating my poor old mother, who, by the way, taught me everything I know about being cautious on the internet. This is one of the reasons I haven't replied to that email about the creator camp, because it had a link that wasn't from Autodesk.com. And so I had to go do it, like do research on, I always say first when I go into chats, you should know the context of what first means apart from your own habits, because you're reaching into something that is bigger than you when you say first. You don't own that. You don't own that. You're conveying another meaning by doing that. Anyway, she taught me everything I know about being cautious. Like when you get an email and the links are shady, right? That's exactly what happened. I got an email and the links were shady. And so I'm like, what is this? And I Google the creator stuff for Autodesk. It doesn't show up anywhere. But their shady link is an AI form creation and work organization thing. The chips are not stacked in their favor for it not being a scam. And then I find an article from 2018 that said Autodesk is partnering with this AI thing in order to streamline their stuff. Oh, so it is legit. The needle went back and forth as I'm researching this. And then the names mentioned had LinkedIn profiles that were associated with Autodesk, but the need to mention the names is a little shady. And so I don't know where I stand on that. The fact is that they emailed me, but I also have been putting out Autodesk streams. Mom called me. I just can't believe that my mother was duped by this, because she is the one that taught me scrutiny on the internet. Like, don't give people your social security number. If you guys need to know, no, I'm not going to give you guys that. My mom called me in a panic the other day. Apparently scammers using property tax records. Oh, Jesus Christ. Able to get your name, address, email, and send you PDF claiming they have naked pictures of you, or claim you have child smut. Oh, that's evil. That's fucking evil. Holy shit. Would coming to this address be a better way to contact you? Trying to blackmail you into sending them Bitcoin. Jesus fuck. That's ridiculous. How do you respond to that? You're just like, all right, good luck. But if you're a YouTube Minecrafter, you're fucking boned. Use Google Images to send you a picture of your house. Oh, geez. Every year you got to do something to the outside of your house just to make sure. Actually, what's fun is the Google car does not come through this neighborhood, so there's no way that they could get a... I've never fallen for a scam. Even when I was a child, I always knew something was too good to be true. Yeah, but the problem is this Autodesk thing seems legit. It does seem legit, but they want like a headshot. They want my address. They want my phone number. Maybe not the phone number. I'm not sure. They want a little bit too much information for a creator camp thing, but maybe it's not too much information, because they are giving me a license for Autodesk. I'm not comfortable with giving them this information, but it seems like they have the right stuff, and the form is possibly legit. I'm not sure. I responded to one of those myself with a picture of my AK and said, sure, come and try it. Yeah. I am lucky enough to be living in a house where Google Maps does not prowl the streets, the mean streets. So they can go ahead and try to get a picture of the outside of the house. It'll look like shit. That's one of my little safeties here. But I mean, honestly, like, Jesus Christ, people would probably use the like precipitation rate outside. Like, oh, I can hear rain over the mic. Let's see where the rainstorms are. Or like lightning to triangulate me in order to find where I live. People are freaks, and it's very, very difficult to keep yourself anonymous. You have a lot of hashtag stuff coming in there with your... When it comes to something like that, I would try to contact them through their phone number. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I'm too introverted, says the streamer. I hate phone calls, but I might do it. I bought some of those Wentai SMD organizers. Ordered 50, 70% of them arrived in one piece. Such as ordering stuff like that. I dig them, the ones that still have lids. They break so easily. I've got a couple broken ones in my chains too. But they're very useful because they will contain your surface mount stuff. Just don't drop them. Whatever you do not drop them. You get to play 52 pickup with 100,000 little tiny, and then you've got a bunch of dog hair in with all of your stuff. I have done this recently. I hate it. But it's wonderful at a glance to know where all your chips are, all your surface mount stuff. I would suggest getting a labeler as well. They're not very expensive. You may be spending a bit more than you're comfortable with on a labeler. They're like $75 for a good heat labeler, but a good heat labeler goes a long way in this kind of stuff. We're going to be labeling all the different like functional areas of this, like all the connectors and stuff like that are going to get labels on this, so that there's no question of how things are connected. And labeling those little bins was a big project, but now at a glance I can see what I've got. I can't see whether or not it's an empty bin, but I can still see what I've got. They use Google Phone and change their number every few hours. Yeah. No, but with the one that I'm talking about, I think the one that was referred to is the creator thing for Autodesk. They have LinkedIn profiles and phone numbers in that email. So I could probably call that phone number and see if it's still active. If it's dead, then it was definitely a scam, and somebody just looked up Autodesk on LinkedIn and used a couple names and then put them in the email for, you know, to garner my trust, and then created a form on a separate website just to get people's address information. Streamer pictures and address information, I'm not sure. I think that's a little too convoluted for it to be a scam. But if I call them on the phone, maybe I'll get a good response. There's a ton of reasonably priced labelers now. Yeah. Autodesk sales phone number. It's a different number. It's somebody's actual number. It's a employee number. But I guess I can look up the phone number and see if it's associated with that person. I don't want to Google it without an incognito because it might show up on the browser when I go to search something. I don't want a phone number to show up and be doxing somebody. $30 for printers and labels, but uses a phone app. Ooh, no. Get something from Brother. Brother's like, if you need office stuff that's not going to be obsolete because it's a shady business practice, Brother. They sell stuff that's just straightforward. I prefer it to anything else. Employees would never contact you through a personal phone. Autodesk company policy is to call through an official number. That's an interesting point. I'm going to check that right now. I'm going to go over to the other computer. I'm going to check it in an incognito window, in an incognito hazard. Give me 1 sec here. That seems like a personal phone number. And then new incognito. And we're going to search that. That gets a name. And it's the same name as the email. I think this is legit. Okay, so the only thing I get is a fast people search, but it does come up with the right person in the right location. And it is a personal number, so I don't know why that's been given. So I think I'm going to call that number. And I'm going to be like, I have a complaint about your product. I wish to register a complaint. I've used your product, and it makes me feel like a piece of shit. Yeah, it seems like it's a work phone. I'll give it a call and see what the deal is. HP makes you pay for the... Yeah, HP makes you, if you're out of yellow ink, not be able to print black and white. They're reaching out to folks, and I think it's like a new program, maybe, because I couldn't find any information Googling it, but I did find that the Forms company was... there's like a news article about Autodesk working with them. So I think I've connected enough dots where it could still be a scam, but it's too elaborate to be a scam, so I think it is real. I'll have to give them a call at some point. Saw a bunch of aftermarket hardware to modify printers to have ink. Yeah, they sell the little chip. You can pop the chip out of the print cartridge and put a new chip in, and that's just it's just an I2C EEPROM that has a number on it, and the number is larger than where it was previously, and so the printer counts down to a certain degree and then says, you're out of ink. It is the fucking dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. But you can buy like tons of those things on eBay. A new scam? No, that's already a scam. I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. That's already a scam. That's not a new scam. That's an old scam. that's already a scam. It's not new. Your 3D... Yeah, my 3D printer says it's out of filament, but I have half a roll left. All I know is all phone calls need to be conducted through an Autodesk company phone. A work phone would probably be included by that. That makes sense. I mean, it's not like they have... I don't think they have an external directory that I could look up for Autodesk. P-Touch label printer. Why are we touching P's over here? What's going... What is that? P-Touch is how I got into this mess. Just touching too much P. This is good for Autodesk, right? Jokes like that? It's terrible. All right. We should get started because I actually want to get stuff done on the circuit. Let's get started. It's nice to have all you guys here. Yeah, I can't show my double P on stream, I know. It's 1984 is what that is. I'm going to fade out the music nice and slow. Okay, oh wait, it just died. Okay, never mind. Hi, what's going on, everybody? Chat, is this real? Is one of those phrases that kind of annoys me because I speak to chat all the time, and it's weird that Gen Z is like picking up on weird phrases. Anyway, yeah, double P's aside, hi, welcome to my shop. It is a muggy, humid day. I have the window open to let in all of that wonderful moisture. I'm very uncomfortable right now, but as a result of all the humidity, I have swoosh hair. I have the indomitable swoosh that I cannot get rid of. We are going to work on circuits today because I have just not made good progress on this circuit. We decided to use a larger teensy. It's the same processor, but it has way more pinouts, and that means more direct stuff into the development platform microcontroller, and that means that I'll be able to assign tasks a lot easier. It just takes a little bit of programming trickery out of my hands. So I know that things like the encoder can function fast, and it doesn't need serial in order to operate. Yeah, the hair swoosh happens. It's still like a natural thing. I've had it since I was little. But one thing is that my hair locks down. In the morning, I shower every morning. Don't be a stinky bastard. You should shower at least a couple times a week. Anyway, I wash every morning and shampoo the hair every morning, and then I just comb it straight back. I should hit it with cold water, but what that does is that locks in the hair shape. So as soon as it dries, the proteins just don't allow for any deviation. It's like helmet hair. It's amazing. You definitely have 80s engineer hair today. Are you dating yourself? Did you have hair in the 80s and now you're like partially bald? There are people in the neighborhood who are bald. they're the most bald people I've ever seen because they're fit and bald, and one of them drives around a convertible with sunglasses on, and it's the most bald I've ever seen a person ever. But like, I when my hair gets too long, I can't help but think that I'm actually like actively making fun of them. So they look great bald. They're very fit. So they shouldn't feel self-conscious, but they told me they do. Like, it must be nice. So this is dog walking culture. We all walk dogs, so we all run into each other outside. I'm not saying anything like that. All right. So we're working on a modular synthesizer testing module. I mean, it just makes sense to make a module that tests other module. The reason behind that is that I don't have all of the hardware. All the hardware that I have, I built myself because I'm not spending hundreds of dollars per module. Not doing that. I'm building it myself. And so I don't know if this stuff I built myself works. And that's it has come to fruition. That's happened to me multiple times where I've handed something back to like Dave and he takes it over to his synthesizer, plugs it in, and he goes, this does not work. And it's like, I saw it on the oscilloscope and it looked like it worked, but it not work. So what I'm doing is I'm spending an incredibly long amount of time bringing you guys with me on the journey of creating something that tests other stuff, creating something that's accurate, that's stapled together out of a bunch of different modules that will be able to test other synthesizer modules and say, this works. It's my virtual Dave. I'll be able to plug into 6 channels, and no matter what module I have, I'll be able to run it through its paces and see what's going on. It actually, yes, that is actually, that is correct. That's what makes it into a piece of scientific equipment, is that when it boots up, it's able to test itself so that it knows that what it's seeing is accurate. Now, in terms of like frequency measurement, I'm not sure how I get that to be accurate. I could put a frequency generator in it that it would have to flip to in order to test it. I think that's way extra. I think we trust it on the frequency front, being that it's a very fast processor, and it'll probably be able to get a lot of samples and give us an accurate reading of what frequencies are. Because we need that, because we're going to need to be able to test something so that we know that a voltage level is the C note, etc. I was just shit posting. No, it tests itself. Yeah, that's the whole. I mean, I know a lot of the stuff I say goes in one ear and out the other with you guys, but like, I have been stressing that we have voltage references in this thing for plus and minus 10 volts, and being that our 6 channels does not fill an 8-channel mux, we can put plus minus 10 on 2 of the mux channels, and that way we can test to see if what we're reading matches with what we're outputting. So we can do this whole test routine on every channel. It'll be pretty cool. I wish we had a personal diagnostic that could tell me what the fuck happened in order to give me diabetes. You know, if I could hook that OBD, just stick it up my nose. Oh God, all right, hit the scan button. And then know, oh, okay, so I do have a little bit of cancer. Or, oh, there's a tumor. Or, oh, okay, the immune system is sensitive to this. I should not eat bananas anymore, and then I won't have diabetes. I don't know. It'd be nice. I guess we're working towards that in medical technology. It's a little bit more complicated. Yeah, the scene from Idiocracy, exactly. When we invent the auto dock, like it is in Elysium, not Disco Elysium. What was the movie? Anyway, I want that auto dock because it can just and rebuild my pancreas, and then I can go, like, you know, have a milkshake, and then when my pancreas explodes again, I can come back in and fix my pancreas again. Apparently, and again, there was another article that said that diabetes had been cured for 1 person, and they were using a generative medicine method of, you know, looking at the DNA and personalizing some kind of a thing that fixed the diabetes in some woman, and apparently the procedure costs $1 million. It's another one of those things where it's like, well, yeah, but the medical companies don't really want to like follow through with it, and it's one of those things where it's like, as soon as I read the article, somebody said, within 5 years, and I'm like, I'm out. It's always 5 years. 5 years. If they mention 5 years in the article, that means that it's not going to happen. That's as simple as it is. Oh, 5 years from now, China's going to cure diet. Nope. Not paying attention. I've been hearing 5 years from now since I was 10 years old. 9 years old. Ever since I was 9 years old. 5 years. 5 years in the future. And I'm expensive now. I'm old. It's been a long time. It's been like 30 years. So, yeah. I read an article this morning about stem cells being used. That might be the lady for just over a year. That's the one that I was talking about too. That's the one I read. But I was out as soon as I saw people mentioning that in 5 years there would be a cure. How frustrating, right? Because I've heard it since the 90s. Since the 90s, I've been hearing 5 years from now, diabetes will be a thing of the past. Oh, look, all of our research got obliterated somehow. So what we're working on specifically right now is the front panel. And part of the front panel, now, in the grand scheme of things, I call this a module, but there's absolutely no way we're going to fit a module. Like, we're not going to fit this within a module. This is only the first time that I'm building the hardware for the module testing module, right? Only the first time I'm building the hardware. We're using a fancy screen, and I'm using all of my Fusion 360 design 3D printed parts, and we're putting this whole thing together ourselves. So what happened was we vetted out various different things, various different systems individually, like all of our outputs, our inputs working with our outputs, muxes. We've tested all that stuff individually on solderless perforated prototyping board. No, solderless breadboard. This is perforated prototyping board. This is breadboard. We've tested it on this very bent breadboard. And the breadboard told us that everything should work. So now I'm taking all of my disparate hardware systems and I'm putting them all together in a semi-permanent build. This is typically the way that you put electronics together. You do your layouts, you space everything out appropriately and design it to sort of fit together, and then you put your chips down, and then you run your power and your ground, and then you run all of the signals, because those will be kind of a mess. It's a little bit of the opposite of how you might do it with a designed circuit board. And to be honest, if this were a smaller device, if there were less systems involved in it, it would be arguable that you should go to CAD design and make a circuit board before doing this, or instead of doing this rather, because the circuit boards are like $5 now. I mean, you got to wait a little bit for it to come in the mail, but geez, they're not expensive. So it's like, why am I torturing myself and doing all of this hand building? Well, because I don't have the full design in my head, and although we have our master design document, things are still kind of up in flux. And so I am piecing this together as we go. I am taking risks. I am putting stuff in places I think it might not be appropriate, and I'm seeing about whether or not it's actually going to work. Yeah, immunosuppressants are also awful to be on, so I don't think I want to be on immunosuppressants. Basically saying that you didn't like using the word cured as of right now. Yeah. Can't solder anymore. I damaged my lungs from having little to no ventilation. How much did you solder? How'd you damage your lungs? That's extreme. Do you smoke or something? Like, man, I'm sorry to hear that. Our ventilation here is a giant floor fan, and I have the window open, but I have this big Air King sitting behind me. Yeah, and lead solder's no good. I'd try to get it to where you don't need immunosuppressants. Yeah, the generative medicine seems to be super powerful, given our understanding of genetics and how they work. And diabetes being an immunosuppressant, the immune system is highly complicated. It is a very complicated system. All the stuff that I talk about when I'm talking about like how diabetes works and, you know, the stuff behind it, it's a gross simplification. When you get to the human body, things get extremely weird and complicated. There's a lot going on. And so being able to go in there and beep boop bop, take a look at your DNA and say, wow, this is shit. And make some kind of a virus that'll inject you with DNA that'll change your immunoresponse so that it doesn't kill beta cells. That's cool. Very complicated. It's insane stuff. Wi-Fi's type 1, yeah. It's rough. Sometimes. AAPS, the Android Auto Pancreas system, has made it so that I can be a little bit less engaged with my diabetes, but I still have a lot of stuff to work on. Now that AAPS has been running for a couple of years, I got to start looking at my health. I need to do something. Shit ain't good, but we're gonna make it good because I'm an engineer. I can handle a little bit of suffering for the greater good. But anyway, right now we're supposed to be lighthearted and work on putting circuits together. Your pancreas runs Android. It's true. It's true. It is true. Meet my pancreas. Error. Temp basal status not as expected. If a temp basal is previously running... Okay, there we go. I don't know what that was all about. Either way, we've rounded the bend from the sandwich I had for lunch, and hopefully that comes back down. But yeah, this is my pancreas. It runs on a Google system. Google probably knows all about my pancreas at this point. Never smoked. It was some amount of lead in it, I think, but soldered almost every day until recently when I was soldering. It became harder to breathe, and my lungs just aren't the same as they were. Son of a bitch. Dude, that sucks. Yeah, I make sure to always at least have a fan on me, so I'm not just breathing in solder. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you can get to the bottom of, you know, like what the problem is and maybe get through. She uses an Omnipod and a Dexcom G7. That's exactly what I have. I have Omnipod and a Dexcom G... Actually, I'm using G6. I don't know the compatibility of G7. Is it G6? I think so. Yeah, the G7 is Dexcom's answer to people reusing supplies. They like to prescribe you exactly enough to get to the end of your prescription, which means if anything goes wrong with the prescription, you're boned. It's really annoying. Omnipod 5 just released compatibility with G7. That means that the third-party stuff is going to lag quite a bit behind that, even though I know that the companies are more friendly than not to the third-party applications. But at some point, AAPS might catch up, and I would suggest using it because you can get... Well, for me, it was good because I'm a big fatso, and my body doesn't like to listen to external insulin, and so I'm able to get very aggressive with mine. She uses the PDM. Carrying around 2 phones. I mean, listen, I'll cover my entire body with patches if it means that I don't have to think about diabetes for 1 minute. So in my case, the very expensive monthly fee of keeping myself alive with medical appliances is worth it because I can spend a quarter of a second not thinking about diabetes. I don't think, you know, diabetic awareness is very lacking in the corporate world. I used to get horrible looks and looked down upon, and I think actually kind of fired over going to medical appointments because they were on the regular. And I would schedule them, and I would use my time off in order to go to the doctor. I'm feeling so fly like a G6. I don't know that song. The doctors, I think I might have asthma from it, but they aren't sure about it. Dude, I had, so in just out of college, I was in a ratty apartment in Arlington, Virginia. It was a house. I was in a basement. Shit, I'm always in basements. I was in a basement. You should look at a $0 insulin pen with UHC. That's what she has, and only pays to play for the Dexcoms. The insulin and pods are 0. UHC, I don't know if is that an American thing? I'm in Philadelphia. Anyway, so the ratty apartment that I was in, the bathroom fan broke. So it was just like a closet in the basement that was dingy, and opening up the closet in the closet, there was apparently a lot of black mold. And so my doctor saw me coughing, and he said, here is a pill. An asthma pill. It's like, dude, I've been breathing in black mold. As soon as I bleached the hell out of all that stuff, because I had to do it, because of course the apartment manager was like just brain dead. So I bleached the hell out of it, and then the cough went away. I had a cough for 3 years. Just a little nagging little for 3 years. And it was apparently caused by my proximity to black mold. And I didn't know about that. Son of a bitch. United Healthcare. It's private insurance. I don't know. I'm on a public plan right now. It's basically the marketplace. I see. I'm all right. I'm okay. I'll be all right. All right. So let's work on this. Let's not talk about all that stuff. let's just hang out a little bit, huh? I do enjoy, what is it? Engaging with my chat. Is that what that's called? God, what is with caffeine is a hell of a drug. What are you doing? Okay, anyway. So what we're trying to do right now is get all the hookups from the front panel all the way back to our digital panels. And one of the facets of that is that the LEDs are not going to be controllable from the microcontroller. although that's a tempting thing to do because then you could do a little light show and you could have all that fun. I would rather the LEDs be a diagnostic tool for the signals coming in from the outside. So what that means is that each LED gets its own op amp. And since we're 6 channels, not 8, 8 would mean we could use 2 4-channel op amps. But instead, we're using 3 2-channel op amps. You do the math. We're setting them in between all of the op amps. And so we've got, or between all the LEDs. So we've got one LED circuit, another LED circuit. They're all just going to be on the outsides, or 2 that are facing one another in both of these locations. These do not need a lot of circuit. In fact, it is this circuit here, which is just a common way to make an op amp into an indicator of an input. So the op amp sits there with its plus line connected to the input. It's what's called high Z, so there is not a lot of current leakage through the op amp, meaning that it barely affects what it's connected to. It almost doesn't affect it. 3 by 2 channel. That's what we're doing for the outputs. The outputs are 2 channels, so we have 3 of them. So yeah, we can have this set on the line and not affect it at all. So all we need is a TL074, which is as jelly bean of an op amp as they get. Give it plus minus 12 volts, and then it will wibble around this LED depending on what signal it sees. In terms of project, did you do the CAD stuff on stream? I started by learning Blender and got decent at it, and then started looking at Autodesk Fusion. That's pretty much, yeah, that's what we did. So the bodies, the panels and stuff, this is done with AutoCAD. This is done with Fusion 360. And what I did is I scoured the internet for either GrabCAD or direct from the manufacturer. I believe we found this, it came directly from Noritake e-tron. A lot of these companies that have, you know, particular products like this, since they have all their mechanical stuff, they have all the models. So they'll just list the models on their website. So we were able to download a 3D model of the screen, which also gives us the working area of the screen, which means I can extrude a solid from a drawing. So I do a drawing, and then it was actually an inordinate amount of rearranging to figure out where the Donkey Kong connectors sit versus where the buttons sit versus where the LEDs sit in relation to the holes on the board. So I 3D modeled this board, and I 3D modeled all of the front panel accessories so that all the holes could line up. Now you can do that iteratively, which is what you call fuck-ups. In the business, when you're designing something, you don't say fuck up. They don't generally like that. Bosses, you know, don't like that because they're puritanical assholes that can't, you know, handle modern language. So what you do is you say, I'm iterating through the design by scooching the holes around every single time I waste a bunch of 3D printer filament printing out a front panel. So I printed about like 7 or 8 front panels. I iterated through the design. I fucked up my way through the design in order to get everything positioned correctly. It turns out things kind of slide around in the grand scheme of things. Like these Donkey Kongs are not meant to go on perforated prototyping board, and they kind of like slide back and forth. So I had to like get that just right. It was a pain, but it was a lot of AutoCAD. We did a lot of AutoCAD at that point. So, you know, maybe I can get my creator's license for AutoCAD that way. I could have recessed the screws, but I figured it would just, I don't know, it might look better without them. But recessed screws have their own kind of appeal. It's something that makes the engineer neuron sparkle. But anywho, so we did a bunch of AutoCAD in order to align everything and get the screen together on a Eurorack-sized panel. The problem is, I'm not designing circuit boards, so I don't have space to have like one big circuit board behind this. That would cost like a couple $100, maybe $100. I don't know. Prices have gone down for that sort of thing. But I could have had one circuit board and then taken all the schematics for these guys, broken them out, gotten 3D parts, put it all onto that one board. This would probably still be on a developer package thing. You can buy the chip directly from Paul Stoffergen, but I don't think BGA soldering is something that I really want to suffer through, and a lot of the components that he uses are absolutely tiny. So rather just buy this from Paul Stoffergen and stick it onto the thing. So I could have probably had one circuit board and then one Teensy 4.1 stapled to this, and then that would be the whole testing module. But instead, we're going to kind of flex our guns a little bit here and do some actual soldering. We're actually going to put this stuff together physically. Why not drill the holes if this is a one-off? I don't think you understand my inability to drill holes. Have you ever tried to drill holes in a panel without using a drill press, without using, well, you could use a drill press, but without using a DRO? You know, because you got to get coordinates for all of these, or you have to measure it, and then you have to punch the center and then the drill might walk around as you're doing it. You got to ream the hole to get it just right, and if you overdo it, you can't go back. With CAD and 3D printing, I can put the holes in one location, hit print. Hour later, I've got a piece of plastic with all the holes marked out in it, and I can see if it aligns. And if it doesn't align, I can go back to it. I can move the holes a little bit, hit print. It gets it right every single time. Drill holes in CAD, then grab the drill and open it up to the right size. That's one thing, is like if all you need to do is just open up a hole a little bit more, if it's in the right location, maybe sometimes you'll do that if it's a one-off. But because, I mean, look, my ability to drill that many holes, while I can suffer through it and I'll get the brain vein and really try to get it right and like really align everything, every single fucking time I try something like this, I screw it up so badly that I never want to do it again. I've gotten to the point where I will print out a jig in plastic in order to get it right, and I'll still fuck it up. So like, I don't know what it is. Until I got the DRO on the drill press with the XY table. And I think people who suggest, why don't you just drill holes in something, don't understand. You haven't done this enough and seen the breadth and width of my fuck ups when it comes to trying to do things physically. I have all the tools, but I'm not good enough. Stop judging me. Anyway, it's way more accurate if I do it with this stuff. Need to make a vacuum forming table. Hell no. Hell no. You guys just like torture. You guys just like torture. Never have I met any singular entity that was so out for blood as Twitch chat. They were out for blood. When I had the little tank that had a knife, good lord. They wanted to see the utter destruction of my limbs. Yeah, so the thing about Twitch is I can't tell whether or not you guys are being sarcastic. And so I'll come down hard on people because I'm from Philly. And we don't pull punches here. We throw batteries at Santa. So I'll come down hard on people, and maybe they weren't prepared for it. Maybe they were. Maybe they're just being weenies. Either way, don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. Because oftentimes people will type like a single thing off of what I said. I don't even remember saying it because it was 30 seconds ago because of the delays. I have this animatronic raven I'm making. Oh yeah, that thing looks cool. That thing's really cool. You guys should see. C-Stratchen posted pictures of that on the Discord millions of years ago, and it's very cool looking. Not sure how to do the outside skin without a vacuum form part. I'm trying to clay foam, but I made a mistake, and I think I may be stuck on my foam mold. Can you do what cosplayers do and like wrap it in duct tape? I know that's what cosplayers do. They wrap themselves in duct tape in order to get a form-fitting model of their body, of their disgusting cosplayer body. And then they're able to work with that in order to make, you know, foam panels and stuff. My filthy cosplayer body has now been mapped. Every pore. Oh, my voice didn't go deep enough for that one. Okay, so what we're doing is we're doing the typical way of building a circuit like this, which is not quite the same as building like designing a PCB. When you design a PCB, your power and ground can go on the most circuitous path available to you because it's power and ground. Whereas your signaling, you might want to keep direct in order to keep it light and fast. With a board like this, though, when you're doing perforated prototyping board, you can do signal paths as the crow flies. So I can use thinner wire in order to plot out all of my signal paths. And preferentially, I should probably put it on this side of the board so that it's between panel and thingy so that you don't brush up against it if you happen to have to move this thing. But with perforated prototyping board, my method is to start with ground and then do power, and then you do all the signaling. Plastic wrap first, if I try this again, yeah. Used hard foam to make the mold, and I molded clay foam around it. But it may stick together. I need mechanical part clearance inside the body, so it has to be somewhat accurate size. I have no idea how to do any of that stuff. You got to get into like how people do cosplay stuff in order to or well, you know, there's a good YouTube channel, and it's a guy who does product design, and I forget what his name is. They're very amateur videos, but he does that kind of mold making stuff. He does have specialized tools, although he's got like vacuum form chambers and things like that. So I spent 2 weeks watching things. That's good. Yeah, that's how you got to do. I guess he makes products which don't have feathers, so that's a little different from what you're doing. All right, so we're beginning to plot out the ground line. And so what we have is we have an output from all the buttons. Because this is the front panel, this has all of the signals going in and out of it. So there's going to be a lot of very large pinned headers. Hopefully I will have space to put some kind of a label on these. But this is for the buttons. This is positioned in a way that I can get the buttons wired into their various locations with only a couple tiers, maybe a few tiers here and there. One of the pins is going to get ground and the other one is going to go to the other part of the board. Ground is going to be coming from the power input, which is this 3-pin plug right here. The front panel is going to get plus 12 ground and minus 12. The encoder gets ground. I think we were in the middle of looking up the encoder. I've got the data sheet open somewhere. And then I've got encoder A, encoder B, encoder button, and ground. Then I have my 6 audio inputs going to the rest of the board. Those are going to come directly from these Thonky Kongs right here. The Thonky Kongs are also going to somehow branch to our op amps. Our op amps are going to be connected to plus and minus 12 volts, as well as the LED in question. So we need to figure out how all this stuff is going together. What's up, Weaselbox? I have feathers already and black fur. Only a month away from Halloween, so I need to start hurrying. How do you do that? How do you do that? Yeah, you need to get your gear together and get it running. Halloween's gonna be here before you know it. Donkey Kong, that's what these are called. They do have a model number, and there is a, if you can get the model number, there's a model of them on Thingiverse that's really, really good. And you have to like modify it for the length of this pin, depending on which one you want to use. The mutable instruments files are all online. You can get the schematics of mutable instruments, modular synthesizer stuff, in schematic format that is compatible with Fusion, Fusion Eagle. So you can put those in and get the footprints, get the various footprints from the Thonky Kongs, and then meld the 3D model with that footprint, and you can have a perfect Fusion 360 compatible Thonky Kong. What does the board you have under the microscope do? Nothing as of right now. It does not do a goddamn thing, but this is part of the modular synthesizer testing module. So this is our front panel. It has an encoder on it. It has 6 buttons that'll be digitally, you know, they can be assigned various tasks. Then it has 6 Thonky Kong connectors that are the I/O. So it'll have 6 available outputs and 2 available inputs that I can assign to any channel. The LEDs are there in order to show us what the input signal is doing, what the dog doing. So we need to build this circuit on all of them right here. I might not be able to stream tomorrow, by the way. I have to be in the city and set up a machine. I have to do IT stuff, which is the blight of our generation, the blight of my generation, is to infinitely be the IT person for everybody. I should have gone into IT. Then I wouldn't have worked a day in my life. I would have been doing what I loved, telling people they're idiots. Okay, so anyway, we've got all the Thonky Kongs connected to ground. That's what this big run is here. This big run is for the buttons. Now we need to do ground to the TLO72s. Everyone hates IT. I know. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Doing it, that is. The IT people, you are very patient. I appreciate you. So let's see. We looked up the encoder, so I've got a data sheet for the encoder, right? Oh, geez. No, I don't. Got to open all those up again? Yeah. There we go. Oh, this is that MSP 430 homework question that I had. What was I doing? Oh, TLO72. Do we already have the data sheet open? G7000? No, we don't. TL072. Bonk. I try not to tell people I know about PCs. I know, but the jig is up. I can't hide it from my family anymore. So I got to go into the city and do stuff. Father's got to do stuff. TLO72H active. Really? Are you sure? TLO72, blah, 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 blah. So finding the pinout for this is a multi-part data sheet, because the TLO72 is the name of an op amp. TLO7X is a very jelly bean op amp. It's used in a lot of different stuff. It goes rail to rail. It's got relatively good noise. It's good for audio applications. It's good for just about any op amp application you can give it. Which means they've put it in a lot of different packages. You know, they're making these silicon chips with the op amp on it, and it's an itty weeny little tiny chip. But in order for it to interface with humans, with us engineers that need to build things out of it, it'll have a lot of different packages. The package is my junk. No, it's just like an epoxy shell with pins, right? Epoxy, not shell, but like an epoxy shape with pins sticking out. Sometimes you have the pins underneath. Sometimes they're around the edges. Sometimes they stick out and they're huge. Sometimes they stick out and they're small. They will put their product in any package that they deem will sell well enough to justify doing the line of 10,000. So the TLO72 being used so universally is used sometimes in modern stuff, and they will have a very insmallinated package for something like that. In our case, they have been so universal that we can get a through-hole package to put on the solderless breadboard. We can get a surface mount package. In our case, specifically, we're using through-hole because I want to be able to pop the chip out and put a new one in case I accidentally give it 100 volts and it blows up. For a research thing, I like to have a little bit of modularity. The modularity allows me to quickly repair. It's the systems engineer in me that's requesting this. Now, honestly, I probably would have had a better time if I just went straight to PCB design and put it all together and then said, okay, here it is. Now I can put all my surface parts down, and it's a nice small thing. If I ever feel the need to sell this, if people pressure me enough to do it, we could go down that path. But for now, I'm going to try to use through-hole as much as possible. The resistors will be surface mount because they're small. So in this data sheet, we have a lot of different packages. We have the 4-banger, we have the 2-banger, we have the 1-banger. We have the 1-banger that has a tuning input, an offset input. These are all the same product family. They all behave the same, but they're all in different stuff. And so what we need to do is we need to find the pinout of the stuff that we are specifically using. This can be very confusing. This can be very confusing because, look, there's one pinout. There's another one. What's the difference? They both have 4 pins on each side. What does that even mean? And when you go to design a PCB, you need to know what package you're buying because that has different footprints and dimensions for everything. That is a very old chip. The ones with the like ice cream sandwich chips. We've taken apart one of those before. It wasn't an op amp, but they all have different pin layouts and sizes. And like I said yesterday, the amount of precision in a PCB would shock any mechanical engineer. We deal with precisions that are ridiculous just because the etching process can handle it. And so electronics can be extraordinarily precise. It's wild what we get away with. Insmallinated is the most cromulent word I've heard all week. I've had all week. I've headed the word into you. Okay, so anyway, we are looking at specifically what's written directly on top of the chip, which is a TLO72 CP. What an unfortunate... Anyway, all right, so TLO72C. TLO71... Oh, wait, this is TLO72X, D, DDF, JG, P, PS, K, PW, 8-pin SOIC, SOT23, CDIP, PDIP, SO, TSOP. Those are all the different package names. And by the way, from company to company, they'll call things different stuff. You got to be careful. If you're like, I want this in a slightly wider surface mount one, they might have TSSOP. They might have some other acronym that is their specific way of describing it. It's a mess. It's a mess. When you get out of the super standard ones like SOIC and SOC and stuff like that, or there's others. When you get outside of those main standards, it becomes a company-specific package sometimes, or it becomes something that nobody has agreed on with an acronym. So you have all kinds of different acronyms. What is going on here? Mahalo! Incredimike subscribed. Incredimike, thank you so much for subscribing. I guess Smolinated pushed you over the edge and you've decided to become part of the fray. Thank you so much, Incredimike. And then Mahalo followed it up with not 1, but 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. It is September. You get a little bit of a discount for that. But those went off to Scampy Me, that's an old name. Rob the Random TIT. Oronoid, spelled with 1. Hesh Ballantine. That's a very mysterious and interesting name. Riskinverse, that is less of a mysterious name and just very, very up in your face. And Tired Universe, that's my world. Thank you guys. Thank you Mahalo for gifting the subs to those people, and thank you Incredimike for the out of the blue sub. You guys just triggered a sub train, and I get a random emote. Those random emotes are never that good. I don't think Twitch is very good at hiring people to make emotes. I don't think they're very good at it. I'm not particularly great at it. I mean, I've got a little bit of theming going on, but I know my limitations. You can't try to do too much. I know Hesh, he's a streamer too. Hesh Ballantine? Oh, cool. Well, I can't vouch fully for Hesh Ballantine, but definitely check out their stream. I like knowing who streams in my chat. I don't mind it if you guys tell me that you're actually a streamer here to pick my users away. Hey, it's me. I'm more interesting than Bother. I'm totally cool with that. I have more viewers than Bother, you could say into my chat, and I wouldn't care. TL071. So we're a 2. We definitely have 2 op amps inside of our chip. Are we a D, DDF, DDR, JG, PPS, PPS, LMNOP, W? What the fuck? I mean, we are an 8-pin SOIC. It's definitely not the U package. I think this is us. Although we cannot fully confirm it with a part number. Or definitely not TL071. So I think this is our pinout. And this is a pretty universal pinout. If I looked up TL072 pinout, I would probably be able to find something that was a 6 or 8-pin chip. Now, numbers on chips, thing that people don't really know. Numbers on chips, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we continue to go around anti-clockwise. I can't read a mechanical clock, I'm a millennial. And then we count up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we continue going around the dial, 5, 6, 7, 8. The reason that they're like that is that when we started this whole business of electronics, we used to have a piece of silicon in the middle of something and a bunch of pins surrounding it that we would then bond to the piece of silicon. And so you would start with a tube, which had totally different, properties to it, totally different physics. What's up, Dictator? Dick Potato? We would have a glass tube that was round, and it would count around with a gap. And the gap indicated which your pin 1 was. And that functioned to give you the layout of the pins on the actual tube. From tubes, we went to cans. There's probably a couple interstitial steps there that I'm ignoring, but shut up. This is my show. We went to cans, and so we had really nice cans for a while there. And the cans had a little outcropping to indicate what pin 1 was, and sometimes they would have a gap, and you would count around the can. You'd count around the can. You'd swirl around the can. And so that gave you your pin numbers. We then went to chips because everything became square in the 80s. So we went to chips. Actually, it was like the 70s, right? We went to ceramic chips and then plastic chips, like plastic epoxy chips. But anyway, in going to chips, we had 2 gaps. And so we indicate pin 1 with a gap or a nub. And so that gives us our numbering scheme as we go around the chip. That's why it's so effed up. That's why I go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we go blah, 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 5, 6, 7, 8. Madam you, subbing for 7 months. Introvert sub mode always. There are some people who do not announce their subs. There are actually many people that do not announce their subs. And I want to just thank you all. I'm not going to name names because that's specifically why you guys don't announce. We also have introverted follow mode. We've had that for many years, and I'm not popular enough to ignore the one-off subs. I don't think I ever will, though. If it becomes super disruptive, I guess I'll have to. But that's me being like, one day I'll be a millionaire. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not gonna become a millionaire. That's the American way of thought, right? How dare they tax the ultra mega rich? That could be me. Vacuum tubes are great. I did my senior project using vacuum tubes to build a compressor. That is a cool project. I've got a couple magic tubes somewhere, and I've got a lot of VFD tubes. A lot of them. And in fact, they've been just sitting for years. So someday, when I can clear up the project queue a little bit, we'll be able to do some stuff with tubes. But, you know, man, that would bring in some users too. Damn it. I gotta finish this thing. Because my friends are left in the lurch. Julian and Dave probably would have been in here for a stream or two in the interim. But I've been working on this thing in order to fix Dave's 303. There is a 303 that is currently somewhere within the international mail system that is making its way to my house. I can hear it in the distance. It's drums in the deep. Drums in the deep. An acid house synthesizer approaches that I have to fix. And we have good documentation on how to fix it. We'll have to verify some stuff that's going on, but I would love to have the tube tester ready in time. I don't know, or the module tester ready in time. I don't know if that'll be the thing. We'll have to see. Magic Eye. Tubes are something I want to use at some point. I've only ever used transistors. Apparently, and this is a Rue Moore tweet, Rue Moore being one of these Twitter electronics people that I follow. Very cool person, does a lot of really cool projects, but they had a... Esports are for losers. My streams are significantly less coherent than Bothers. That's interesting because I go on multiple tangents. Rumor posted one of these vacuum fluorescent displays from like a stereo, and he was saying I should do like a tube amp project using this. And I was like, wait, you can do that? You can use like a VFD display to do that? Noritake Etron, Noritaki Etron, Itron, Noritaki. Noritaki Itron does a tube amp, and it's a low current tube that uses VFD style technology in order to make like what could be used as an audio tube in low like voltage, lower voltages and currents, which really kind of makes me kind of, you know, do the raccoon pause. Like I could use that in a modular synthesizer module. I could finally do it within the current and voltage of modular synths. I could actually make a tube amp, and those audio people would eat that shit up. And actually, to be honest, it does have an effect. The warmness of tubes is not to be sneezed at. Tubes do add warmness to the audio. They're less harsh when the volume goes up on the high frequencies. It's something I didn't believe in. And then I bought tube amps, and I was like, whoa. Something about a nice tube amp, when you turn up the volume, it does not feel like you're turning up the volume in a typical sense. It feels like you're getting closer to the stage. Pretty crazy stuff. Nixie tubes looks pretty cool. Yeah, I don't have applications to just put numbers up. I have a Nixie tube digital readout for like a machine, which is a really cool thing, and it would be fun to put some kind of stream-related numbers on. Until I sort out my Node-RED shop front page kind of thing, I'm not going to mess with that yet. But I can take it over with a microcontroller, and we can have a Nixie number display that would count. And when you have multiple Nixie tubes counting, the thing about Nixie tubes is they are plates. They're neon filaments. They're neon bulbs plates. You've ever seen the electrical socket that has a neon bulb in it, the orange bulb, you can see that it's two rods, and they glow evenly. Well, those two rods that glow evenly, if you pound one out and flatten it into a plate, you can have plates that are stacked on top of each other representing these numbers, and they will glow and look like a number. So when Nixie tubes start counting, it has a three-dimensional effect of the number plates counting and moving forwards and backwards. We got a hype chest. Let me open my hype chest. It's like gambling. I got a cat holding a 1. Oh, a first place kitty. That is a very simple emote. They made that one nice and easy to see. I think maybe they're starting to learn not to make things that are too complex in the emotes. Every time I do a project with transistors, it always goes wrong in some fancy way. How does that work? Are you too young to know what a magic eye is? Too young to know what a magic eye is. Where'd that bin go? Am I too young to know? Ooh, why is there broken glass in the bottom of this bin? No, there's not. Okay, I thought the stuff broke. Am I too young to know what a magic eye. Where did that go? Yes, I'm too young to know what a magic eye is. Or maybe you're talking about crossing your eyes in front of a poster. That all depends on the era. That is what's called a magic eye tube, and it is designed to give you a visualization, and it's kind of a unique one. We'll get it working someday. Hey, what's up, Gonad? How you been? Oh, wait, I gotta put this back in. My Russian tube schematic. Yeah, they're radio tubes for observing audio, but you can set them up for like guitars and stuff like that too. Pretty cool. I only discovered them by perusing eBay. They were, in fact, before my time and expertise. This one is just a simple round counter tube. It would be interesting if I could set up some kind of like a front panel with a bunch of tube stuff on it. That would be sort of like a nice little visual sort of curio that you guys could look at during BRB times and stuff like that. I think that would be kind of a neat thing to do. And then I could have my lightning distance detector and all that other stuff. Also the nuclear cloudburst detector. It is my favorite chip, and I would love to get my hands on one. As far as I know, I could either write the company and see how many thousands of dollars they want per chip. Proteus! That's a really fun one to say. I can really ejaculate that name. Look it up. There's a second definition. Subscribe with Prime for 5 months. Hey, thank you so much. This is one of my favorite chips. This is the nuclear cloud burst detector data shard. That's not it. The data sheet might be fall into obscurity, or I'm not looking at the right stuff. But there is a nuclear cloud burst. It's like a radio burst detector chip. And it literally has a line that's held at 5 volts. And if the voltage drops, that means that a nuclear weapon has been detonated nearby. And so you're able to do stuff like have your data center prepare itself for the apocalypse by parking all of the hard drive arms. And so I want to get one, and I want to put it in a glass jar, and I want there to be a little gauge that is no nuclear activity, and we're all fucked, and have the needle occasionally kind of dip and come back, but have the chip up on like a piece of plexiglass on an angle and have it all, you know, hooked up, and yeah, it'd be awesome. I've seen those, but I've never gotten my hands on one to use them. I don't think they're exactly into giving out free samples. Oh, you mean the Magic Eye? People have modernized the concept of the Magic Eye. It's interesting what they came up with. Yeah, there's all kinds of good stuff, right? But yeah, I would love to get my hands on one of these cloudburst detecting nuclear chips. It's cool in an existential way. Yeah, but it would be fun to hide like an Arduino in there. Hide an Arduino and have the needle occasionally just dip a little bit and come back. Because it's not exactly, it's a 1 or a 0 from that chip. It's everything's fine or we're fucked. But having it have an analog meter that just kind of goes, and go back up, that would be amazing. That's my idea. If anybody steals it and I see it on Hackaday, I'm going to have a shit fit. Okay, so I know my pin out of my op amp. We can now hook stuff up. Listen, it's super cloudy out. It's a rainy day. I've got all my friends here. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting super distracted. Dials are fun. Yeah, to have something analog, just go like, and then back up. And I've even got the dial that I want to use. It's right here. I just noticed it in the background. I don't know what this is out of, but this is a pretty nice, old-timey, ruggedized ammeter. And so, I mean, this is a Weston, so I don't know if I'd really want to defile this one. I may have to find a different, similar antique one that I could fully defile and turn it into nuclear event, and then have like nuclear event and then 0. And so it would just go, and then every now and then I would, or just kind of, and then go back. I don't know. Maybe I need to find something that's like broken and fix it, because I don't know if I want to defile this thing. This thing is worth $20 or something, you know? And these are not official looking. These are like toys for stereos, so I wouldn't want to use one of these. Oh, that detects nuclear events. What's a nuclear event? You don't want to know. Let's just remain ignorant of that. I have old analog meters, enjoy them for what they are. The one that we fixed the other day, the analog meter that we fixed the other day, it fell off the shelf. Something on the shelf shifted, and it got kicked off, and it fell to its death. I don't know its status because it's behind my desk, probably with a bunch of broken glass, and I just can't stomach looking for it. I need a curio. I need more space, and I need to have like a curio where I can put some of this weird stuff. Like I have a bunch of weird stuff, and there's a bunch of really cool weird stuff, like an explosion intensity detector that they used in the Navy that Oatmeal Man sent me. That's sitting on a shelf with a bunch of other curiosities, including the tourbillon. I know you're there, Flatulent Gonad. I know the tourbillon, it's still there. I have it, that whole clock mechanism that we built that can use a tune-up. We can get that running. And if I had something like a curious, fun shelf or like a table where I could put all this stuff down and have flashy lights and stuff, I could put a camera on it, and that could be a BRB screen. One day we'll get around to doing that. I have not been very organized in my projects lately, and we've been sort of pushing to get some of these more functional things done. So we're dealing with positive 12 volts. What am I using with positive 12 volts? Positive 12 volts is this one. It looks like I'm using orange. So orange wire is going to indicate positive 12. And then negatives are going to pin 4. So these pins down here are minuses. And I guess I could just run them directly over to that. That's a nice, easy thing to do. So let's do that right now. Let's do that right now. I talk about the same stuff a lot, and I get away with it because Twitch is kind of a revolving door of people. So I have like 10 to 12 different little rants that I do, and I can just repeat them with no consequences. That's how the big streamers get away with it. It's like having a teacher that, you know, they do a particular rant when you mention something specific. All right, so if I can get this positioned properly. This board is just floating around on the desk, so it makes my job just a little bit harder. I have to be careful about the amount of force that I put into it. It's totally okay to take a board like this when you're working with it in this capacity and just tape it to the desk. I might use, if it's crisscross, if I connect this one to ground, then I can connect pin 4 and the pin, or I could go out and over. Let me go out and over. I'm probably going to be screwing myself in some other way this way, but maybe we go in here, and then I connect that pin to ground, which means this pin is our signal from the button. Because the buttons are right here. I'm just looking directly over at the buttons as a next jump here for our ground connection. Yeah, how am I going to get that nuclear launch detector? Nuclear launch detected. Oh, shit. Where's the ghost? Where's the ghost? What's going on here? Hey, go down there. Oh, this wire is really fighting. What is this doing? Okay, hold on. I think I do need to actually put the circuit board in something. Can my vise get wide enough? It's wandering around too much, so I want to add a ton of weight to it, and this is the way that I do it typically. I could get the other vise in here. I know that one would fit. Yeah, that doesn't fit. Yeah, it's a miniature precision vise. It's a Palmgren miniature precision vise. This is like bling to machinists. It's being used in a very unprecise way, so I think it's fallen out of its precision moniker, but this sells retail $600. I got it through an estate sale for free. It works very, very well for soldering electronics. I like it for that purpose. I will not use it as a precision vise as it is very unprecise. It has had rust multiple times that I've had to get rid of. However, I do have nothing. I have nothing. Good day to you, sir. What are my other... Oh, it's right here. I have the apprentice vise, which I did not build, but clearly some apprentice built this vise. This thing is a piece of shit, which means it's totally fine for me to use with my electronics. It can open slightly wider than the precision vise. Why are Nixie tube clocks so expensive? Because the tubes are no longer produced. and the operation that produced tubes is in a very high conflict area at the moment. I don't know if it's precisely in a very high conflict area. They might still be producing tubes, but there are some operations that have taken up building Nixie tubes, but again, they're tough to build and they're totally obsolete and nobody uses them. So the clocks, as a result, are extremely expensive. I love how the amount of design that those Nixie clock makers have is just literally putting blue LEDs on it, and they're like, "This is design. I got Panavice. The clamps sit way too high." Interesting. Yeah, the Mahalo, no, not Mahalo. Wexo sent in a PCB vise, and it's been more frustrating than it has been useful. And it fell off the shelf and broke. And I didn't discover it until last stream. I hot-snotted wooden clothes hangers to blocks of wood to hold my circuit boards in place because hands-free damages them. Yeah, and then the hands-free, that little crab-looking motherfucker, I hate that thing. If I were to start from scratch and get something that would allow me to hold circuit boards, there's a whole family of circuit board clamps that are these low-profile, wide clamps that'll hold the edges of the circuit board. I would be interested in either something like that, or there's this crisscross thing that has all of the sort of noodle appendages with pincers that have silicon hose over the pincing part. So you could have 4 arms holding a circuit board in a particular position. I think those would probably be good, but in the grand scheme of things, big piece of metal is really what I'm after because it has the right feel to me. I'm kind of used to this. The other thing that you can do if you're getting frustrated is just take a piece of Kapton tape and go right across the whole circuit board. Just tape it down to your desk. It doesn't matter. Kapton tape doesn't leave residue. Don't blame me. I know. Sorry. It's like going through, I have to go through this list of people that have sent in things because credit where it's due, you know? But yeah, having a couple different like big metal vices is good, and you can find those all over the place. You can look up machining vices on eBay and probably find a couple good entries. You just say magnetic into my chat. Oh, I said, sorry, I'm reading out of order. I just ordered a metal plate with 6 movable PCB holders that are magnetic. Oh, that's cool. That sounds pretty interesting. Yeah, it's all preferential. It's whatever you think will work. So I use this little, and again, this is preferential, whatever you think will work. This is like, this and tweezers are like a second set of hands. This tool is not a hook tool. This tool is a gauge. It is actually a pin gauge that you're supposed to be gauging holes with, which weirdly enough, I never use for that purpose. I use it as a little claw, and the little claw I can use in order to angle my wire wrapping wire, which is solid core 30 gauge wire that I use to then connect all of the different traces of the circuit board. So again, this is a pretty specialized technique. I learned this one from the Technical Center of the FBI. This is the Tech Center restocking guys' method of putting together circuits, and I immediately gleaned on to how awesome it is because you can build pretty complicated stuff on PCBs like this. However, the other way that I do it is when I'm running power and ground traces, I like to use my solderless breadboard wires because these things are a dime a dozen. They have the marking on them and they're solid core. Again, you can lay out a nice, easy to read circuit to help yourself in the future. You're not going to find that one in the Snap-on truck. Yeah, the Snap-on guy gave me a funny look. Is that wire steel or steel-coated copper? Fucked if I know. It's somewhere on the label. I have no idea what it is. It was made in the USA. Belden, electric something. It's wire wrap wire. I think it is copper. It might be plated copper. I don't know. It's not bare copper, I can tell you that much. It ain't look like bare copper. These circuits end up a lot more sloppy than they actually look. This method that I use, people have gawked at it before. People who don't know much about circuits will say this is disgusting and sloppy. And you know what? It does look a little amateurish, but it does get the job done. And in the end, it doesn't really matter. No, in the end, it if somebody brushes against my circuit, it's not gonna like disconnect everything. So yeah, at the very least, it's conductive. At the very, very least. Ah, Belden, name brand. I don't know. I think that's one of them USA brands. Either way, what I would look up on Amazon in order to order that stuff is what does Obother use? No. I actually do have an affiliate link down below with that. I think I listed some of the wire in it. It's just wire wrap wire. If you look up wire wrap wire. So yeah, that's going to be our ground connection. We're going to do that on all 4 of the chips. That'll get them ground. And then we need to figure out how to run power. Power. And the LEDs do not have to be connected to ground or power. And our power is going to be over here, which will kind of fight with getting these connected. But I guess we can jump over to the other layer of the board and run them out that way. And I'll have a surface mount resistor. I'm using surface mount resistors because I cannot tolerate through holes. I never memorized the Roy G. Biv chart. I don't have one of those racist memorized things in my brain. Don't post them in chat. There are non-racist ways to remember the Roy G. Biv resistor value chart, but for some reason, the whole good old boy nature of electronics means that there are racist, what are they called? Onomatopoeia? I don't know what the fuck. It's acronym? No, that's not. It's a whatever. The point is, don't post them in here. You'll get banned. They're awful. It's really stupid. But there are ones you can use to memorize them. I just hate it because you never know if it's blue or violet. And the printing of those color codes is never really that good. And so you always second guess what the value of the resistor is. And I never know it at a glance. Whereas with surface mount, the value is printed directly on the resistor. There's no beating around the bush on that one. You have just numbers on the resistor. It's beautiful. So it's way superior to memorizing color codes. Although you don't have the secret electrical engineer decoder ring memorized, it's okay. We can be nerdy in other ways. I thought Roy G. Biv was saying, yeah, Roy G. Biv is remembering colors, but it's also the way that they make the resistor code chart relatable. As it should be, because some people are colorblind. Yeah, a lot of people are colorblind, actually. I am a little bit colorblind. Maybe that's why I have such an ire towards the color scheme. Mnemonics! Johnny Mnemonic. There we go. I should remember that. Mites crawl up, tights fall down. That's my mnemonic for remembering stalactites and stalactites. You may have this maglite and survive the apocalypse. And for the fragile course of an agile horse, here's a very special handful of chocolate chips. I know Gonad knows that one. That's a Deltron 3030. Was that 3030? Where's that new one? Automator, what are you doing? I heard you have all the lyrics. It is 3030. Yeah, what's the new one? It's going to be like 4040 or 3000, 3000? 3 million? Like news comes out every 5 years about it. No. Listen, it might look like a wall of text over on YouTube, but over here you're just participating with the chat. If you don't want to yap up a wall, you could come to Twitch. I don't think YouTube likes me poaching people, but it's okay. But the third album is better than the second. Wait, was there already a second? Did that come out? When was that released? The 11th? Wait, what? Huh? What did I miss like major news? Or was it so mad that everybody was just like, I decided to use Twitch because my username didn't have as many pound signs in them. That was weird. It was a lot of things on the... My problem with using YouTube is that they conned me into using my full name. Oh, it's called 11th Hour, but it's a bit meh. It's not a Tron album, though, right? It's just a Dell album? Oh, God, I messed that one up. I bent that too much. I know I can just go into the settings and change it, but you don't understand how supremely lazy I am. I am quite incredibly lazy. I'll fix that someday, and I'll feel better about it. I try not to participate in YouTube as much as possible. I don't even let them view my watch history. And the problem with that is that they put a button up on the screen. And the button that they always put up is, would you like to enable the setting? And I'll bet you if you enable that setting, the button goes away suddenly. So it's like a one-way street. And you probably have to dig into your settings in order to undo it. So you can accidentally click this button by opening up YouTube, and you'll hit it once, and then all of your watch history suddenly gets recorded by YouTube. And it's like, hey, guess what? I don't want that ever, but it still will pull up the button every time. It'll take one misclick. Leaders felt very detached from the beats. Oh, no. I'll have to check it out at some point. With trepidation. Because, yeah, Deltron 3030 is a wildly rated... I'm not going to call it underrated. I don't think it's underrated, but it's quite an amazing album. It's quite a good album. It's inventive and fun and playful and, yeah, just all the stuff you look for. The second favorite would probably be the Nerd Rhyme. Too bad I can't do these at like a 45-degree angle. Gonna cue it up now. It's a good one. All right, let's connect our grounds to the chips before I forget, because I will forget, and then it'll be a disaster. So I've got a lead just sticking out from these that I just need to bend over to the side, and then I'll be able to connect everything. And they will have ground, and then we'll do power, and then the circuit is relatively simple, so maybe we can put it together so that it'll go quickly. So yes, that just goes right directly next to it. Like so. Yeah, we're doing soldering. It's going to look sloppy. It's not going to look great. But this technique is not a neat technique. This technique is a get the job done. If I really wanted to super duper neaten this up, I could plan all of my routes. And I kind of did that with the power supply by bending the wire wrap wires. I like Twitch, used a lot for when I was the Record label. The what? Peppertron remembers. Listen, Twitch was great back in Twitch Plays Pokemon. When there weren't ads on the site, and you were in it for the game. They've sold out just like everyone else. The enshittification continues. Oh god, this is not going well. I thought I scored it with the clippers. Yeah, pick your poison. YouTube is a much better player. You know, because like if you're like, whoa, what just happened? You can just like click on and see something in the past, in the nasty pasty, and then you can be like, oh, okay, I get it now. And then go double speed until you catch up by clicking on the screen. That's where YouTube excels. Twitch don't got that, unfortunately. There were some streams back in the day where there were too many ads, and so what I did is I would go to the Twitch VOD and just watch with like a 4-minute delay, and eventually you'd catch up, and then you'd have to like refresh, but you wouldn't get ads. It was a real struggle back then, but we survived somehow. Would you break already, Wire? Again, I have no love for ads. I appreciate the model where you guys sub and you're directly supporting me I really vehemently despise that the TV model is somehow predominant in current year. You know, Twitch could have quietly run a little ad above chat, and everybody would have been okay with that. And advertisers probably would be clamoring to get their little ad put above chat. And then they said, hey, I have a box of money. And they're like, ooh, box of money? I like boxes of things. There's no wire sticking out of this one. Yes, there is. Wait. It's because we can't see three-dimensionally. Oh, it's the perfect length. Well, it's almost the perfect length. We can make that work. Make it work. That didn't make it work. I'm going to blob it. I'm going to blob. Here we go. That didn't work so well. I think it's connected. Famous last words. Cue like 2 days from now, and I'm like trying it out, and it's like, wait, it's not working. Why isn't it working? Because you didn't solder it properly. Everyone has ground. So we've grounded everybody. And now we need to get power. Power is going to be through orange wire. And it's going to be the big prototyping board wire, because I've got an excess of prototyping wire. Those prototyping wires, they get weirder and weirder as time goes on, and your kit becomes like, it falls behind. And so I have a bunch of leftover point-to-point, what do you call it? Breadboard wiring. So I'm going to use it on this project, and it'll help to communicate what all the different stuff is. YouTube makes money off of the videos with ads, and I'm not even monetized, so it's no longer a place to just upload videos. Yeah, it's one of those things. Where should we connect this ground? Probably don't want to cut anybody off. But we do need that to have ground on it. Maybe I'll run a wire on the other side of the board, just so because these ground wires, they tend to block stuff, and we need a little bit of freedom to run our wires around. So let's see. All the signal wires will be small, but since this is power, I'm going to run it with a big orange wire. And if I do it like this, that's going to block everything. I can't really do it there. I guess I can run down to a couple jumps here. That's a button lead. This is taking up all the interstitial space. And then we've got an LED up here. And if I block the LED, I'll need to eventually solder to it. And so that's not happening. How's the hookup again? What's it look like? What's going to be the best way to do this? I may have to just do point-to-point jumps with larger orange wires. Yeah, so this connects to the 2 pins, and then I have one of them go to ground. So pin 2 and pin 5 or something like that. So pin 2 would go to a resistor, and then pin 3 goes to our signal input. And then the other side of the resistor would go to ground. So it'll be a ground over here coming in parallel. And then pin, oh, sorry, no, wait, pin 2 is this one. Pin 2, make a chassis ground. Huh? What? No, this is fine. And then the LED goes between pin 1 and 2. So that would be, oops. So it goes between these two. That's nice and easy. And then this one would go probably between these two. So we have power coming in here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run longer orange wires and just go like diagonal down and then up to here. And then I'll just daisy them all. So I guess these two will be dedicated to that. And then this will have to go, yerp. That doesn't work. Dang it. Trying to make the run simple so that it looks right. Looks nice and clean and organized, right? Sorry if that came off rude. I don't know. What's chassis ground going to be doing for me right now? All that I'm doing with chassis ground is I put the power supply ground to it. It's slipping. Slipping out of my vice. My jaws. I should probably take the milling machine and put a flat on this so that I can hold up circuit boards a little better. Just like a tiny flat. So, all right. Everybody's hooked to the ground. We need to figure out power. How are we going to do power? Power hour. Let's see. I have wires. Where are my wires? Wire wrap. Wires have escaped. Emergency in Lego City. All right. So this guy over here. All of these are just crappy leftover ones. We can get the long oranges from that and cut them to length. And then I can slink around my stuff in order to get that pin to power. So pin 4 is ground. This pin over here, right there, that is power. And I guess, well, coming from this side of the board, if I have an orange wire that goes up along the top of that, I think that'll be okay. Hopefully we don't, like, get into it by soldering. I don't want to melt the jacket away and have it short out stuff. Hey, what's up, Brink? Brink Gigi. Long oranges. Where are you? Long hots. There we go. Probably won't need too many. And if I just go jump, 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 and then I can hit positive 12 right here. Oh, these aren't connected to ground. Wait a second. I messed up. I screwed up. Chad, I screwed up. I screwed up. I connected them to ground. They're not connected to ground. They're connected to minus 12. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We have to undo this. We have done it wrong. How do I undo this? Let's see. Well, I could just peel that up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Solder, not solder. Not solder. Are you adding all these consonants to solder? It's S-O-D-D-E-R. It's like wood or ice. W-O-O-D-E-R-I-C-E. Wood or ice. It's actually aluminum is what we should all be saying. Either pronunciation is fine for aluminum, but snobbery Brits and or other nationalities that seem to think that their farts smell good seem to think that we should be saying aluminium. But I don't recall ever saying platinium. Why are you guys not saying platinium? So it's aluminum. Go smell your own farts. I think we're going to do plus and minus 12 volts like directly. I think I'm going to come in right at that pin and just go over top of the chip. So I'm gonna strip that, and then I'll get the solder away from these holes to refurbish them, and then we'll correct my error from the top. I gotta be careful though, because these boards aren't good. They're not good, and so these pads can get kind of stressed out from rework. Yeah, no, we've had these discussions like years ago, and I've come to my conclusions already, and this is where I lie. I should probably make like a YouTube video about it. We've had long discussions with chat about lording our pronunciation of things over us. This circuit board will not hold in this vise, and it's because my lines aren't flat. They're a little bit bendy on the edges. Oh wait, that's a pin. No wonder that didn't come up clean. That's a pin. A peen. You know what? I probably shouldn't have removed the entire wire. Because that was my ground connection to the button. We'll reevaluate that later. Yes, and I would love to figure out how to lens one of these FLIRs, these lepton sensors, to do heat on the microscope. But long wave infrared lenses are not cheap. So I haven't really been able to come up with anything. It's like a pinhole camera. And if I could somehow get a lens in front of it to make it like my microscope, that would be incredibly beneficial. It's 640 by 480, but I have a second thermal camera. It's the one that broke. it has trouble getting its baseline. But that could all be fixed, and I could put some kind of a microscope lens in front of it. That would be kind of cool. Sapphire, I thought it was, not beryllium, it's some other type of lens, and it's not easily, I can get them from Edmund Optics, but you're buying them on a science budget, not on an engineering budget. They're very expensive. They're like those copper looking lenses that you can't see through, but you can see heat through them. But yeah, I don't know what kind of like an optical tube I would have that on. Like it's some kind of a C-mount thing, and then maybe I could figure out what the focal distances are. I don't want to have to involve the lens ray software or a notepad and piece of paper where I have to trace out where my rays are going. But it would be good to know what kind of thing I can buy. I think they make affordable ones now because Raspberry has an IR camera, so people making cheaper lenses. That would be neat. Yeah, I guess China's caught up with the infrared technology finally. And so there's European FLIR stuff that's coming out. And I'm very interested in it. I haven't kept up with it because I've got my solution and I've had other work to do, but it would be very cool if we could figure out lensing for the derelict thermal imager webcam that I have. And then in the future, if anything happens to my thermal webcams, I should look to the Chinese ones in order to get something that's like blows this thing out of the fucking sky. We could have like 480p's. I don't know. I don't know what any of that stuff means. We'd have so many p's. It would just be flowing. And actual frame rates. The thing about thermals, or at least as they were 5 years ago, is that when you get up into higher resolutions, the price goes up exponentially. And when you get up into higher frame rates, the legality goes down exponentially. It becomes less and less legal because of ITAR restrictions, because they don't want you strapping a thermal imager to the front of your rocket, because they're a bunch of freaking just sticks in the mud, that lot. They don't want you to have any fun. I want to make a combustible rocket that can hunt drone motors thermally. Not explode. No explosives. We just run into them. And I want to do it cheap. Bunch of spoil sports. I don't want FPV. I want FLIR PV. Flurpov. Florpus. Plumbus. Okay, mistake managed. Look at all the work we did today. I soldered some wires down, realized that they were all in jest, and then I unsoldered them all. Welcome to my world. I have to talk so much that it takes up a lot of my time. You have to understand this. Please don't judge me. I must communicate with them, the chat. I tell them things. Things that are, things that were, and things that have not come to pass. Yeah, I shout at the furniture, basically, is what I do. You know, I might opt to do the wire wrapping wire instead of the big stuff, because if I do the wire wrap wire, that'll be less invasive to the rest of this. These don't use a lot of the 12 volts. Well, maybe I should. Maybe I should use the big guys. Look at that. I just folded that pad over by putting too much heat in. That's the problem. I have this set for 666 degrees Fahrenheit, but it does damage stuff if you overheat these and scrape them too roughly. Not a big deal in the grand scheme of this circuit, but it is something to watch out for. Lots of rework is not great for these. Oh, I'm making it worse. There we go. I got the little piece of wire. That sucks. Look at that. Ugh. Talking to the voices in your head. Listen, if they take me away to the funny farm, oh, hee hee ha hoo, they're coming to take me away. That was when my brother had his psychedelic rock phase. That was one of his favorite songs. All right. Mischief managed, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, let's use the big gubbins. Let's use the big wires here, and we'll go from, this is the negative 12 pin, this is the positive 12 pin. So the positive 12 pin has to go to the positive 12 pin. This one goes in the square hole. And so, can we make it with this thing? Nah. I gotta make a wire for it. And I guess I can stay on this layer. It just makes it a little bit harder to solder these wires because I can't come in from the other layer and then slink my way around. And I don't want to do that because the LED pins are there and they're a little bit sensitive. So I guess if I do it like this and then I sneak my way around the LEDs, then we'll be Gucci. I guess I could do it like here. No, we'll just go like this. I like it to pass through the board just because it's a little neater. But again, yeah, I don't know about getting up against these because I'm going to have to solder to these eventually. So I could do it like this and then come around like that. But again, that's getting right in the way of that lead right there. And I'd rather this be on the other layer. So yeah, we're stuck. We got to do it this way. Just make sure I get the right pin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's this one. No, it's not. Okay. These are the trappings of through-hole electronics. Pin 1 is here, which means pin 1 is down here. So this one right here is our minus. This one is our plus. So the upper right in our current view is our plus. This is, again, why I love surface mount electronics, because everything is just right there, and it's way less confusing. It's just so much less confusing. Surface mount is so much less confusing. It's so vast and superior. So vastly superior. There we go. So this is going here-ish. That's kind of annoying. If I go out and around, I would love it to do this, but then we can't get to the pin. Or if I do this and do a little, no, if I do a little like attachment thing there, that would be bad. Just jumping it down this way and getting sort of in the middle. So this one needs to be shorter. And then I'll need to tin it, and I'll solder it down. We'll continue from there. Deciding on a technique is a big deal. I want to make a super virus. Stronger than, by far, than that old Y2K. I have the whole album memorized. I don't need to be challenged on it. I know what I got. OBO. Ran when parked. Sorry, I'm setting up tinning, which means I need to hang the solder in a position. It's hard to see, but I'm hanging the solder in a position where I'm not going to run into anything, and then applying a little bit to the tip of the wire. That didn't really work, and I can't see what I'm doing. My vision is all blurry at that distance. Probably could have moved the camera in closer for that, which is probably what we should do. I like to have this out like this because you guys can see my hand position. Hand positioning is really important. This is kind of like welding, where you have to be comfortable with what you're doing, and then everything kind of falls into place and looks really nice and neat. Yeah, sure. Soldering a project like this is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And designing it in CAD is still a lot of work, but it's a lot neater. And things go together a little better. But we can't think on our pants. We can't think on our knees. Wait a minute. What is the phrase? Can't think on our toes. When we heads, shoulders, knees and toes. We can't do that with designing a circuit board in CAD. If we knew definitively that all of our hardware worked 100%, then I could see going into that step. Then again, these days you're out, what, $20 if you make a mistake? So you could iteratively go through designs like this nowadays with our ability to print circuit boards being what it is. But we're not here for the new school. I'm old school, like an old fool who's so cool. Yeah, iteratively. Well, you'd spend $20, but you would be out a few weeks of development getting all the stuff right. Now, how do I strip that? I could use a knife, and I could just cut it. Sometimes that's clean. I could take the soldering iron and just go and then strip it out that way. By the way, the time sink of this technique is a thing because I'm streaming it. And so every single, like, lowly thought that goes through my mind, I share with you guys. Because I'm streaming. I'm going to get a knife. Where's my knife? We'll try the knife thing on this, if I can get that right. Because it's solid core wire, and if I don't apply any pressure with the knife, if I just kind of score it, the jacket should come right off. Where's my knife? Where did it go? Whenever I'm missing the knife, it means that it's probably going to end up stabbing me somewhere where I haven't seen it, and then I put my hand down on the desk, and there happens to just be like a knife there. Whoops, a knife in your arm. Haha, silly joke. Put that back. Where knife? Where knife? Where knife? Where knife? Where knife? What's down there? All right, we're knifeless. I'm knifeless. New technique time. Let's figure something else out. Because I don't know where my scalpel went. It's either under something or I put it in a place that was unique. I can't show you the technique because I don't know where my scalpel went. My stupid scalpel disappeared. I used it for something non sequitur and it decided to explode. Let's move that a little bit. No, move it back. No, not under there. Okay, hold on. Let me just give me 1 sec. Let us find this knife. That's a spoon. My spoon is too big. If I was a scalpel blade, there it is. I found it. It migrated to the other desk because I was doing 3D printing, which required cutting little tabs off of stuff. All right, so scoring the wire. Burn it? Yeah, if I burn it, it looks really sloppy, though. What I need is to make some kind of... Oh, God, what's all this dog hair on this thing? Holy shit. Anything that sits in the wings of this room for some reason gets dog hair all over it. I need to vacuum. I'm going to hold it. What I need is a little, like, pincher that has, like, a hot wire on it. So it can score away the jacket and just melt it away and give me just like a nice clean. Ooh, it's wandering to the side there. Sometimes you can like roll it, but I never had good luck with those. Dog hair on my keyboard. I'm sure there's a lot in mine. I don't know. I'm just trying stuff. I don't know if this is going to work. Maybe with these tweezers, I can grip it a little better. Give it a pull. Nope. The board just fell out of the vise. Yeah, I think what I need to do is take the mill and mill a flat on this vise. What thermal camera? There's a thermals command in Twitch. You don't have that in YouTube. It's a Lepton 3.5 on a Group Gets webcam board. But I would not suggest that you go out and buy that anymore because there's much better stuff now. We were talking about that earlier. This isn't working. I'm just going to hit it with the iron. Yeah, the stuff out of China, I guess, is getting a lot better. The thermal stuff. And you can probably, for bang for buck, you could probably get much better stuff from them. What the heck? Come on. No, my other solder joint was suspect. Damn it. Okay, fine, whatever. We'll just do it this way then. Need to do the gonad flat plier way. Look, that came off like butter. Like butter. Gotta make it look easy. There's our current pipe. It's our pipeline that we're going to put in. Oh, hell if I know. I don't know. It's solderless breadboard wire. So, anyway, pin 1 over there. Wait, pin 1 over here. Pin 8 over here. Pin 8 is our... Pin 4, sorry. Pin 4 and pin 8. Pin 8 is this one up here. Pin 8 is my name, Nate. And that one is carrying... Wait a minute. It's wire for solderless breadboard, but you can solder to it because it's wire. Pin 4 is -12, so this is going to be +12, ground, -12. So -12 here is going to go to there. And then +12, which is what we're doing right now, goes over to here. Am I correct in that? Is that really? Yeah, pin 1. Pin 1 is right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this one here. So the far one, the one that's far away from the connector. This is, through hole is just a constant struggle of trying to be a spatial brain and figure out which pin is which. They used to sell these things at Radio Shack that you were able to put over the pins for wire wrapping that numbered them for you. So you could put your chip in and then put a little piece of plastic down here and it would have the numbers on it and you would know what pin is what. You could think less. Yeah, okay, so it's from here to here, and it's from there to there, so like that. Let's get back on camera. This one is made to go from there to there. This hole is made for me. Okay, so. I can't believe they're making an anime out of that. Horror story. Horror story. Oh, I didn't want to go on that side of it, but it like soldered perfectly. Well, before we look a gift horse in the mouth, let's tin this end so that it cooperates a little bit more. Remember, this stuff is for solderless breadboards. It's not for soldering, so it fights you a little bit. Generally, it's pretty okay with being soldered. I wonder if the TTC 4.1, does that have the D- and D+ pins pulled out? Or are they still on pads underneath? Maybe I don't need that specialty extra connector in order to do D- and D+. Yeah, with Radio Shack, I guess it's gone. There's probably somebody selling them somewhere. Maybe at a radio swap meet or something. Because they're pretty obsolete. I mean, honestly, I should probably be doing this with surface mount. I just wanted to do like an old school build with you guys. An old school kind of solder build. But there's a lot of stuff that makes doing this kind of obsolete these days. I'm going to totally crush this jacket. Yeah, that's the problem with stuff like this, is that it's not really meant to be soldered. The jacket is very low temperature. If I hold it with the tweezers while soldering, what it did is it pressed it in because it became very soft. So I shouldn't have held it there. I should not have did that. What that did is fray the end. And the end being frayed like that, it can then short stuff out or start to really peel back and kind of ruin your lunch. Yeah, this is still used. Yeah, and it's actually a lot of the stuff that you do in this method is repair stuff. This is a good method of repairing the PCB that you made because you don't want to wait another week for a good one to come in the mail. Plus, with PCB design, the first thing that you do is, no matter how janky your design is, you do not order another PCB until you get the first one working. And so you use techniques like this and scraping up traces and stuff in order to bodge your way into a working design. And then you go, okay, now I know all of the edits that I need to make. And then your second PCB should work, barring extenuating circumstances. That's going to further melt that jacket. Ah, crap, look at that. I crushed the whole thing in. And it's not even on there. That was a cold solder joint. Ew. Just ew. Nasty stuff. This is what I mean, like when I can drop down to the other layer, then the jacket is usually preserved and I get like good solder joints and all that stuff. But because of the way that I've arranged everything, I can't do that. I guess I probably could have put the op amps on the other side of the board. Maybe it was something that might have been a mistake, is putting the op amps on this side of this PCB. Maybe a little mistake there. I've seen people make simple mistakes, then order hundreds of PCBs and only notice when they all started failing. It's like my worst fear. Yeah, that initial PCB, unless there's something incredibly wrong, you got to bodge your way into a working PCB. Otherwise, you'll miss other mistakes. We did that with the VCO, and we found 4 mistakes that needed correcting. Now, I didn't do another run because it's not that kind of thing. But, you know, at that point, you would warrant maybe another board run and make all the corrections. I did make note of the corrections, but this needs to be to the side. It needs to be like this. Because we're trying to keep any future solder work on that pin from shorting out against our power. We're going to the far one. I don't know who Ace is. I don't know who that is. Power, power, power. I really screwed that up by the iron wandering around. Jeez. Nasty. Of course, that releases that beautiful plastic smell. Ugh. Hydrocarbons. Why do you forsake me? Again? What a piece of shit. I really need to figure out how to work with this crap. Especially the wire wrap wire. I need a good way to rid it of the jacket. I can do it with my fingernails instantly. Ace is a crazy Aussie who repairs consoles. There was a console repair stream that everybody told me I should check out, and they completely ignored me. There was some popular Twitch streamer who was like, yeah, cool thing. Hey, look, it's me, a bot. No, they completely ignored me. They ran like a whole business, though. It was pretty cool to watch. Plop. Okay, let's go back to this. It's tough. Never meet your heroes. Sometimes people just don't meet your expectations, you know? But that's okay. I don't need him. Get off of the iron. Where'd it go? It's down there. They didn't bother. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I gotta get this twisted to the right spot. These tweezers are actually kind of frustrating to handle this wire with, because these will just drop it. It'll just fly out of the front like that. Why am I unable to get this twisted in the right position? Oh, because I see it's all jacked up. That's why. It's all jacked up. Maybe I can just get it here. Get it, set it, forget it. All right, there we go. And then this is going to want to pop up, unlike unlike the other ones. Nope, this is a Logitech C920 in, I don't know, 1080p mode. Twitch only goes up to like 910p or something like that. Why is this so fucked up? It's messed up. It's gonna mess you up. Okay, maybe that's a little better. I'm gonna get this last little piece here and the whole thing. Oh, that's the pin. Why is the pin bent down? I guess I bent down the pin like some kind of jerk. Jeez, that's a messed up piece of little solder fluff over there. Yeah, Twitch only goes up to ow. That really hurt. I tried to push the circuit board from the pin side. Drive a bunch of pins into my hand. I got something in my eye. Hold on. It's like allergies, I think, but the tear duct in my eye is itching like hell. Maybe it's all the lead. The lead and the microplastics. I think I scratched my eye. I think that's what happened. It feels a little bit like an eye scratch and not a piece of booger. The swoosh. It's so humid around here that I have a permanent swoosh in my hair. It doesn't go away. I could do this all day, and it'll just fall right back into the swoosh. Actually, wait, maybe we don't have the swoosh anymore. We're missing a little bit of swoosh as it gets on in the afternoon. As I sweat into my hair, it's become a little bit more, I don't like it. It looks like a flat spot. The swoosh. I can't do anything about it. I feel like I need to get into a ski contest with some 1980s people. The poodle look. Oh, God. Yeah, so I'm going to get into my BMW convertible and play squash. Okay, this is like the worst power trace that I've ever done. This is incredibly sloppy. I hate it, but I'm going to have to live with it. There's going to be a lot of that in this circuit. A lot of I'm going to have to live with it. So to get to positive 12 volts, we're going from this pin to this pin. These are the only things that actively use power on this part of the board. So I'm just gonna you know, swallow all that crow up, nommy nommy nommy, num 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 num, and just continue on. A lot of the parts of this are gonna be like that, and I'm gonna struggle to keep things neat. The best thing that I can do is keep things neat, but it's not always something that I can accomplish. This is off in length by one single row. That's so annoying. Okay, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to alter it. Electrons don't care how they look, but I care how they look because I'm streaming. Why do you think I use Fusion 360? Because I'm vain. Super duper full of myself. That's what streaming is all about. DIY layout creator. I feel like I've seen that before. And those are cool pieces of software. I don't think that could have told me that I should put the chips on the other side of the board. Because that, I think, is the big mistake here. If I had the chips on the other side on this side of the board, that means that all of my wiring could have been on the other side. I wanted the chips on the other side of the board so they'd be accessible when this thing is put together. But that means that all the wiring is going to then... it's just the whole thing. The wiring is a little weirder for me to put together. I can't do my normal organized wires on one side, chips on the other thing that I would normally do with a board like this. So, I don't know. Maybe I made the wrong choice, but I'm going to live with it. I don't think that software would have told me how hot the wire would become, like, immediately after applying the soldering iron on it. I tinned it a little bit, but it hurt me. Why did you hurt me? Why were you so warm? All right. Listen, if you're going to get into electronics and soldering, and I'm pretty sure most of the people here are already into electronics and soldering, you're going to get hot thingies. You'll eventually develop, not immunity, because you can't, it's like radiation, you can't develop an immunity to it by exposure, but you can learn to ignore your nerves. It's like, you know, because radiation is quite a bit like fire. And so in Star Trek, they're like, we all took our radiation pills, we're fine. And it's like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. It's not magic, it will burn you. Yes, we're trading pain for our deity's attachment of tin and lead. Tin for the tin god. Praise be to the lead, I guess. I don't know. You really should watch that lead, though. Don't expose yourself to too much. We're not going to get into a discussion about how lead is actually very safe, and you can chew it like gum. Because apparently that's what my chat thinks, and that was a little surreal to me, is having people defend exposure to lead. We had somebody earlier who had lung issues due to lead exposure, doing this stuff. So I'm not going to hear it from you guys anymore. Making food is yummy, but it will bite if you aren't careful. What? Hey, what's up, Silly? How you doing? How's doing? How you doing? Hey. What was that? It was a... What was I looking at? It was a... Oh, damn it. I totally lost it. It's something a character proclaimed in... Oh, Isildur! Apparently Isildur, and I don't know the pronunciation because I'm too American for that kind of stuff, but Isildur, you know, throw the ring into the fire, and he's like, no. But apparently Isildur in I don't know which Icelandic area language it is a word for an ice cream road trip, where you get your friends together and you take a road trip to go get ice cream. Ice cream road trip! Drop the ring! No! I'm gonna get Rocky Road. I had my first solid food after the tooth extraction. Oh, congratulations. Man, that's Isildur. Ha ha ha, that's how you say it. Isildur. Isbiltor. Is it Beal or Bill? Is Biltor? Is Biltor? Drop the ice cream. You've driven too far. No. I will get the ice cream here. One time I was soldering and a blob of it fell on my soldering iron and the blob of solder melted onto my table. I've had that happen a bit too. You get little blobs that melt onto it. Because I use a cutting surface. It's a desk protection mat, but it's actually one of those like healing cutting surfaces. And it's not you that's healing. It's the cutting surface actually that kind of like redoes itself because it's a very soft kind of, I guess, rubbery plastic. But I don't use like a soldering mat. You can get silicone mats, so they're useful for all kinds of stuff. And they're also gray, so if you're using cameras, and this is something that I think a lot of the creators do not think about, is the reason it looks like my fingers are about to explode from blood pressure is not only that I have high blood pressure, because I'm going to go on a new medication for it again. They keep upping that fucking dose, and it's probably because I weigh a lot, and nobody's willing to admit that that is causing a problem. But anyway, so the matte material, if it is green, it makes things more red because the camera sees all of the green and goes, oh, I'm not seeing a good histogram of colors here. I had better up the red. And so it looks like you're about to become a blood fountain, when you're actually just a sort of a normal person with a little bit of hypertension. So it's important to choose gray things to go in the background of your setup. And I know this because we used to take pictures of electronics like this, and we had to make them consistent, and they all had to look like they were coming from the same cameras. And the guys who did the macro photography did not know how exactly to do electronics macro. And so they set a precedent early on that was followed throughout the rest of the life of that of the analysis that we were doing, where the mats were green. They were blue-green, and that messed up all the colors in the camera. And there were times that we would get sent field pictures of stuff, and the field agents, being smart enough, would put it on a white background and have sunlight illuminating the subject. And we would look at these and we would go, oh, look at all the detail. Look at how beautiful this is. So yeah, if you're doing electronics in cameras, it is not all that important that you have 4K, that you have 10,000 frames per second. All of that stuff is secondary to getting lighting and color balance correct. Yeah, greens and reds are very difficult to picture. Black stuff is especially difficult. It was especially difficult during the film days because Kodak kind of like calibrated everything for white people. But like black electronics and enclosures, the camera doesn't like, it's not as sensitive as the human eye. So what'll happen is if I put something in the center of the camera, everything else washes out. It doesn't look like this in real life. You just got to kind of know these things. And if I put gray in the middle, it sort of balances itself out a little bit. I used to have green mats. Celia Russell probably remembers the green mats, but those would make my hands look bright red. My table is held together with very cheap wood and electrical tape. I should do the desk project. I have the top for the desk sitting over in the other part of the basement, and that is a fun one. Oh wow, this is really out of control. We don't have parallax with the microscope, okay? We couldn't see. But this actually looks like that. What happened? It looks like I was playing with red paint ahead of the stream today. It was bad. It's why I think every penny that I spend on these big gray mats is worth it. Everything looks so much more balanced. But yeah, just like with how painting is all prep work, streaming electronics is all lighting. Smoke and mirrors and lights. No, there's no smoke and mirrors, unless you're into that. But it's all lighting. Is that against the board, for better or for worse? Yeah. It's a Bluetooth jumper wire. It's my wireless static wristband. -12 now needs to go to that near one. Now, what were we doing -12 in? -12, I can see from here, is a white wire. So I need white wire now, which I got plenty of. Smoke machines and lasers. Listen, there's no second to smoke machines and lasers. Had an idea I had to try, so I'm going to order a USB thermal camera. I want to swap the camera in my printer to a thermal camera just for fun. If it can do up close, because then you'll be able to see the filament being laid down. It's actually really cool to watch. We've done that before. Cold joints on the button. I'm not concerned with that yet. The buttons will get work over on all of the solder. This is in fact not the side that I soldered. The other side has better solder on it. And I think I used the solder sucker on this one. So we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. That'll get fixed eventually. This is going to be kind of crammed, isn't it? Well, the resistor, I guess I'll put on the other side. And that way the resistor is also reworkable if I need to get to it. K1C printers, so the top corner view. Oh, so you won't see the filament up close. Under thermals, the build plate just is a uniform temperature. It's just one uniform temperature. So I wouldn't go I wouldn't spend too much money on it. But I am curious to know what those Chinese thermal cameras are like. You know, the cheap ones that probably perform better because they're not ITAR restricted to America. America. Go. Let's pre-tin that one. My feeties are falling asleep. I probably need to stretch my legs at some point. What time are we at? We'll keep going. We'll keep going. I'm on a roll. We're getting so much done. We're not getting that much done. It's taking a long time. It took me a long time to explain what I'm doing. And now each time I try to solder something neatly and screw it up and have to go in and redo it. Look at that cracking right there. God damn it. It just takes more and more time from this. We've gotten a record small amount done on this fucking thing. It's very annoying. Father, how do you do it? How do you do so little every stream? Well, I'll tell you, I'm very practiced. You really got to know the techniques, you know, of not doing anything. Oh, I just bent that pin. I'll be hearing about that one later from myself. All right. So that goes to that pin right there. It's a very close jump. Now, can I actually get this? See, I can't get these in there. The jaws don't go in there. I have an alternative, but they were like a practical joke. They didn't do anything. Little jawed wire strippers. What I really should do is take something like a pair of tweezers and modify it, like grind a little hole in it so that I can like grab the end of the wire and strip it and then pull it away. FLIR machine vision cameras? What does that do? Does that mean you can just get like stats on stuff? All right, I'm gonna try to do just this method again of melting it. Try to get every corner. See, and then that happens. Then it just folds back and destroys earlier parts of the wire, and then it looks like shit. If I do like the wire cutters, but I don't go all the way through. I guess that may be the way to do it. If I get another pair of Nipex, these are like 30 bucks though. If I find an old pair of wire cutters and I just like put a little hole there with like a file. Little camera cubes that can be trained to recognize events and set outputs independently. That would be very interesting to play with. I always wanted to do like a Lego sorting stream where we make a big device that'll sort through a big pile of Lego. I have to figure out where the Lego went. I think my brother's kids have it, and I don't think they like Lego all that much, which is a heresy, I know, but you can't tell them what to and not like. My nephew mainly builds stuff that's like big Technics builds. Ah, damn it. The whole thing fell out of the vise while I'm trying to bend this wire. This wire's a lot thicker than what I'm used to using, so it doesn't really bend to my will as in the same way. God damn this fucking vise. I can't put any pressure into it. Otherwise everything just falls away. M&M color sorting machine. That would be a neat one. You wouldn't need AI to do that though, right? You just need a little machine vision. Or like a bolt and screw sorter. Something to go through that big pile of miscellaneous hardware that I've got. I need like actual pliers in order to do this, don't I? Oh, this'll do. There we go. All right, so give this a cut. Right here. I hear a door opening. That's gonna look sloppy, and it's always gonna bug me. Always and forever. I mean, I guess I could go directly over to it with like a exposed wire. Trained pigeons. I swear that crow followed me to Wawa because I was walking the dog, and the crows, this little gang of crows that hangs out around here, they were all getting together at the tops of the buildings, and the crow was doing kind of a unique noise. It was like, a wah, a wah. And I'm like, that's a fun little noise from the crow. I'm like, how you doing, bud? And you know, they're flying around making that noise, a wah, a wah. And then I get to wah wah, and there's a crow on top of one of the light poles doing the same thing, the whole wah, a wah. And I'm wondering if that was the same crow. I did. I made the noise back, but I don't think it really heard me. And then I saw that gang of crows later, because there's 3 or 4 that hang out around this neighborhood, and I try to make that noise at them to see if I can confuse them. That's the thing they say before murder. They're like, mark this one for murder. Yeah, crows are very smart. They will remember you. And if you're, especially if you're mean to them. I'm not mean to crows. I have nothing to hide. But they have like toddler smarts, right? And if you're particularly nice to them, if you give them food and stuff, they might bring you shiny things. I just thought that would be kind of cool. Bring me shinies. My partner feeds crows and they follow her down the street. That is adorable. That is adorable. Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 that hang out around here, and they when in the past, years ago, there was an orange cat that would serenade me from the window of the basement. And whenever that cat was around, all the birds in the neighborhood would be going psycho. You would hear, it would sound like an aviary outside. And apparently they were all just losing their shit over the fact that there was a cat. Because nobody really owns outdoor cats here. So it was fairly unique. It was probably traveling from one of the farms that's nearby. I mean, I'm in Philadelphia. It's a city. It's just a big city. That's the ultimate goal, is to train a bird to give you money. You are my $50 bill crow. Yes, bring the master $50 bills, as I will. And you get a little treat. Treat. Ooh, this one's going to get me a treat. It's a $100 bill. And somebody's like, where's my money? No! Ow! God damn it. Fucking through hole. Scratching up my finger by accidentally brushing the underside of this board. If anyone attacks you while you're working with electronics, you can just get a through hole board and just slap them with it. And it will do immeasurable damage to their face. Potentially, I guess I could have probably anchored it here and then gone over to the pin. That might have been a better way to do it. And that way I would have had like a landing position for it. Or I could go from one side of the pin to the other side and jump that way, but I didn't want to block over this. They trained crows, Jon Snow, crows. They trained crows in one place to pick up cigarette butts and take them to a machine that gave them a treat. That's awesome. That's very useful. Except for when all the cigarette butts are gone and the crows start holding you up at gunpoint, making you smoke cigarettes. I've been there. It's not a pretty thing. You're gonna smoke the cigarettes so that I can get a treat. A little treat. I want a cookie. They stalk the smokers. Please leave me alone. I just want to have a cigarette. After a long day, why are there crows? I hate this method. I really do. I wish I had like a little heated tweezer that I could just pinch it with, and then that would do that job that I just did. We've not yet invented that tool. It probably needs invention, that one. Just like a little tweezer that has a little nichrome wire on it or something. I don't know. I don't know what kind of form that would take. And if I pull on this, it's probably going to break off. At least that's what they told me in health class in high school. Hot tweezers exist, but they're hundreds of dollars. That's one of those tools that you need to invent for yourself. And there's even a set of hot tweezers. Well, no, those are I mean, they would be just as useful, but they're for surface mount resistors, and you can plug it into my paste soldering iron, and it uses the heat control from the paste. That is a thing, but yeah, it's super expensive. Look at how much vastly superior the human body is compared to these tools. My fingernails alone are enough to do the wire stripping. Of course, now the wire's all bent out of shape. Oh, good, and then it breaks off anyway because the solder joint's shit. Why is the solder joints shit? Sausage clip and add 2 soldering irons to it. I mean, if I got like an alternate one of these flesh cutters, and I just put a little wire-sized notch in it. That would be just as useful, I think. Try to make that a tighter bend. There you go. Nice and tight. Now let's actually get this thing tinned. This is going to wreak havoc on the wire jacket. There's got to be a way that I can refine this better, because I always find myself really kind of hating my content when I do this stuff. And I know you guys are very forgiving, but I'm not. I've got to find a cleaner technique. I need to go soul searching. You know, you see the Japanese Twitter accounts, and they do this kind of stuff that's like shocking. And they're using this size wire for everything because they planned it all out ahead of time, and it's all like immaculate. I can't quite do that. You see, and then the solder presses the jacket and totally ruins that one. Man, I think with a couple more tools I could do this faster, and it would be neater. The power supply was my foray into using these specific wires to wire up a circuit so that it's big and bold and easy to follow. And it worked really well. It did pretty well. Some of it's a little sloppy, but for power runs, it's very easy to follow. And I was able to spread the work out and make it look nice. And you know, at a glance, you can figure out what's going on. And in fact, at a glance, I did figure out what voltages were where. No, but I was able to figure out what voltages were going where on the circuit and what the wire colors were, just glancing over at it. I would like to be able to extend that technique to more builds, but you know what? This is all dead art anyway. We don't need to do this in the first place. We could just design a PCB. We could just design a PCB. If I had all my proper 3D models. Ow, I just scraped myself really bad again. Sounds like it's raining a lot outside. I don't know. It's weird sounds coming from out there. Out there in the real world, where things happen. Does that look okay? It looks terrible. I hate it. I actually really hate it. I really hate it. I'm going to continue on, though, because if it works, and it'll be behind a panel. We just got to soldier on, chat. We're our own worst critic. I love watching those Japanese makers, but also see that they have a tool that can just do one thing, and they use that just one time. But they have the tool. Kind of annoys me. Yeah, that's the thing about single taskers. We're not in a kitchen. We don't need to worry about it. There's a knockoff of the Hakko FX8804 on Amazon for $15. 15 bucks, little man? Put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, then you owe me, oh. Oh-ee, oh-ee, oh. You're not going to see it inside the box. I'll know it's in there. In my heart of hearts. I'll feel it. That's not going to do it. Okay, we need to find different white wire. White wire! Where is it? Let's find a big, long white wire. That'll do. These are all the messed up wires that come out of the breadboard after use, and they're all bent a little bit. They're all a little bit funky. We're using them here because they get cut up. That jungle love. Yeah. I didn't know about that song until whichever iteration of Jay and Silent Bob that came from, but I know it now. All right, let's pre-tin this a little bit. A bit of pre-tinning. -12 is very seldomly used in the synthesizer. It's typically used sort of internally. I mean, the plus-minus voltages are there for the whole system, but it's only really used in the op amps in order to drive the voltage down below. And if you've got like a digital system in there, you're going to need to translate the voltages from DC to AC positive negative voltage scheme. It's all a mess, but in the end, having it makes it all work out. And what is it? The draw on the -12 is very low. There's very little current required to run the -12 system. I'm going to cut this here. That's the rest of the quote. You don't know that song. Right. Get one of these. Give it a little bend. It's gonna hurt my fingers. Ow! I should have gripped it from the other end. There we go. That's the better way to do it. Well, let's see if that fits. It'll do. Let's tin the other end then. And then I can be rid of this sloppiness. So I guess what I'm going to do is we're not going to have stream tomorrow. I'm unfortunately going to just have eaten Tuesday, and it'll not exist. And hopefully that frees me up a little bit so that by Tuesday I'll have a lot more of this done, and we can work on sort of the other facets of it. And also the teensy will have time to arrive so that we can start getting this thing working and start getting the various disparate systems working. And we'll have more cool stuff, like looking at that screen in action and seeing if we can get like a chart to be on screen and give it like a refresh rate or whatever. Because we don't know. That's sort of the unknown right now, is the capabilities of the Noritake Itron display. We don't know this. We don't know what it can do. Hopefully it'll do okay. It's just that it's a VFD, and so the screen is going to be exciting phosphors instead of like pixels, and that phosphor glow might not persist, or it will persist for some time, and so that'll cause an issue with frame rates. That is hideous. Okay, hold on. We got to do better. I could have also done these lines in sort of a 3D manner and had them stick up into the air and go sort of over stuff. There, now those are both connected there, but they might be leaking over to the button. Yeah, that's too close. This needs to move down. Every time I rework this, it gets worse, though. Dang it, Bobby. Oh my god, every single time I touch this, it turns into worse shit. I might rethink this and just do it with wire-wrapped wire, which would be a lot smaller and more organized. But all my power traces, I told myself I'd use this stuff with, so. Okay. It's just fucking with me now at this point. Come on, man. All right, I'm going to cut that short. This is nasty. Look, you don't have to be great at this stuff to be good at this stuff. You don't have to make it look perfect for it to be functional and useful. Although the better it looks, the more organized it looks, the easier it's going to be to troubleshoot. I'm just going to give these a little tweak upwards so that they don't short out against the button, because that would be a horrible joke, is to send a horrible practical joke is to send -12 volts through your teensy microcontroller. because it's a $30 microcontroller. Thin enamel winding wire. That stuff is tough to work with for me because I don't know how to strip the wire off of the ends. Solder through the insulation. That's an interesting way to do it. I mean, wire wrap wire is typically my jam. This has been kind of a little rough because usually what I'll do is drop down to the other layer of the board. And when you do that, it protects your insulated connections and things can look nice and neat and organized. And maybe I'll do a little soul searching and figure out if I want to kind of like develop a technique in that manner in order to do this. Because I did this for this guy over here. I did that technique for this, and it ended up being pretty neat and organized looking. I mean, it looks good enough that I can kind of trace out what's going on. You need a really hot iron. I keep mine at 666 degrees Fahrenheit. That's usually pretty good. All right, so I need 680 ohm resistors. I don't know if I should bump up that resistance because this LED's brightness is going to be dependent on the current limiting resistor to ground. So if the voltage level goes down, it'll feed one way, and if it goes up, it'll feed the other, right? No wonder you're running FLIR. What? Because it's 666 degrees? FLIR is also very, very useful when you first hook up a project. You can see whether or not certain lines are sinking down tons of current. It's very useful in that manner. 680 ohms, maybe I'll put a 1K in there just to make it a little less bright. I forget what I used on the actual mutable instruments stuff. Because Julian hates bright electronics because he'll take stuff to a show and there's like no light. And so if it's blasting out his retinas, he gets pretty mad. Ohm sweet ohm. Oh no, he's on YouTube. Oh, my legs. Yeah, this ended up being very sloppy today. I'm kind of a little bit annoyed with how sloppy this technique has landed me. I guess alternatively, I could leave enough wire that I could loop it back and go back to the same layer of the board, but it's still not quite working out where you don't have the bottom to run like direct connections and then all the wires are on the top. So let's find my 10 kilo ohm resistors. I have them in the little bins. I have a special space for 10Ks and 1Ks just because they're sort of the bread and butter resistors that you use on everything. It either needs a lot of damping or just a little bit. So that's what the 10 and the 1s are for. Coils? No. There are those trim pots, the SMD electrical trim pots that I could put into the system so I could have it completely auto-tune itself. I think that's a little bit extra. I think we can just adjust them with potentiometers and then it'll digitally adjust itself to be within range. Oh, it's the last one that I found. Jeez. Bottom of the pile. The Ohm Depot. Oh, jeez. You guys are reaching for these. Digging deep. You're going to delve too greedily. Do you know where Oh Bother shops? Hey, Runecar, how's it going? Where do I shop? Yeah, oh, I see. I'm reading, see, part of, it's a blessing and a curse. I always, for some reason, I always read from the bottom up with chats. Maybe I should reverse the direction of the chat for myself so I don't keep running into this problem. But when you try to make a joke like that on 2 lines, it means I instantly deflate it, which I like, because I will read the punchline before reading the setup. And then you don't get to have your joke on my show because it's my show. It's my show. Your joke has no power here. All right, so we need to do between pin 1 and 2, and then whatever the other ones are. Isn't it strange that electrical diagrams don't have an international standard? They do have enough standards that if you run into a foreign electrical diagram, you generally know what's going on. And sometimes, I mean, there are no standards, but there are conventions that you follow that most people will follow as well. And you may agree or disagree on some things. I have my own, little methods in order to put circuits together. One of them is that I never have a four-way connection. 4 different branches of a connection will never be communicated like this. That way, if you forget to put the dot down, it's not an issue. If you don't have a dot on a 4-way connection, it looks like an unconnected crossover. Sometimes they do the little whoop-de-shloop in order to jump over, sort of as if it was physically sitting down on like a board that you would cut bread on. Or sometimes, I don't know, there's other methods. You break it like this. But there's ambiguity in that. And so if you just never allow more than 3 nodes to connect together, you know that if you see something like this, that is not connected. Things like that, just safety things. Then generally, all things considered, I try to do functionality from the upper left to the lower right. You start with whatever's going on in your circuit and you communicate what it looks like. When you do a circuit like an op amp in order to boost a signal level or to damp a signal level, you look up common op amp circuits and you try to follow what that looks like. So if you build your circuit in blocks, which you're probably doing anyway, they have a convention for what that should look like. And you just follow that, and then the engineer goes, what the hell is this chip? And they look it up, and then they can see, oh, okay, so they're doing this. So that's generally how I try to put together schematics. It's communication between engineers is what you're really trying to go for, and people who aren't engineers. You want to know that, like, this connects to here, and then this is a particular symbol. Resistors can be a box or a squiggly line. It doesn't matter. The little boop is what I was teaching. Yeah, that was, I read about it in the Radio Shack books, but it seems like a very archaic thing to be doing. I don't want to sweat the small stuff and sit here and have to go, because sometimes you forget and you just run a line across your entire schematic and then it ends up having this, and like, who cares? That's fine. If you dot all of your connections and you forget a 3-way junction, it's going to look like, like this. It'll look like that, and you go, oh, okay, that was meant to be connected, so it doesn't matter that they forgot the dot. I can definitely see that that's connected, or there's some other mistake. You just kind of plan your way out of that so that you can't make a mistake, like forgetting your dot. Oh my God, where's his dot? Throw him in prison. Insta prison. And then I generally like to have arrows for voltage levels, and you define the arrows. My grounds are always hollow arrows that point down. But there's all kinds of different conventions. If you have multiple grounds, you can then label the different grounds or give them different symbols. Like if chassis ground, you would do the AC chassis ground that goes to the rest of the house. I do as the 3 lines of ground to symbolize that you've stuck a piece of rebar into the dirt. 680 ohm to ground. And by the way, this is to ground, not to -12. So where is that going to go? I think it's going to go on the other layer of the circuit board. We're going to leave these connections alone, and we'll try to connect things on this side, where it's a little bit less stressful. Lines, gang, rise up. I like my conventions. A lot of them are borrowed from the IED work, where we had our own ideas about just about everything, and I think they're good practices. So, and that's not even me talking at length about it. I could talk at length about it. So depending on whichever one we connect to ground, it looks like I can run a wire up and then have a resistor. The first one's going to pin 2, so I could put a resistor right there. Beautiful. And then on the other side of the chip, and I do need to reference this, I need to bring this up, and then I need to bring up the data sheet where we very specifically figured out that this is the one that we have. This data sheet has 10,000 different pinouts on it. We have pin 2 to be in minus. Is that where we're connecting to? We are. Okay, 2 in minus, and then pin 6. So that's where we're connecting the other resistor. Can't remember because it was a long time ago. I drew diagrams, but I mixed up US with EU symbols, and it was heavily frowned upon. Well, they're a bunch of idiots, because schematics should be able to be read you know, no matter what standard you're using. And I know that US versus EU standards, our resistors look like squiggly lines. The EU resistors are just a box. And then instead of 10K or 10.5K, you would have 10K5. And that's a really stupid thing to split hairs over. It doesn't matter if you're doing either one, because if you do either one, it's still pretty clear what you mean. What does this mean? Oh my God, it's a squiggly line. Yeah, it's the American way to draw a resistor. And we invented electronics, so fuck you. Do it our way. The box is much easier to draw. I have to hand it to the Euro standards for that one. My lecture's starting. All right. Hey, good hanging out, Weaselbox. Thanks for joining me. Squiggly lines is so much better. I like the box more, to be honest, but I'm used to the squiggly lines, and it triggers all the people in chat, so I persist in using it. All right, 1 kiloohms. Hopefully the LEDs won't be too bright. And we're putting them on pin 2 and pin 6. Pin 2 and pin 6. And I'm going to, of course, have to run just like a little line underneath to connect it to that pin. And then I'll have to use wire wrap wire to get to the 2 LED pins. I wonder if I can run straight up and then I'll only have to do 1 wire. That would be nice. The other wire would be the signal coming in. So, this one right here. Only blue LEDs. I do have blue and green in the dual color LEDs, but it's too confusing. It's going to be green and red. Green for positive, red for negative. If you really want to trigger them, use the arrows to mark voltages across a part. How do you mean? What do you mean by it? It sounds like what I already do. It sounds like what I already do. So the resistor size that I'm using is 0805. That's a nice, easy to solder resistor size. And it looks like pin 1 is where our signal's coming in. And then we got to get the 2 connections to the LED. I'll have to figure out which one's the green side, which one's the red side. This is very difficult to maneuver into. And I could solder the resistor on either side, but we're going to stick to this side. I may have to like swap iron tips to get closer. But the wonderful thing about these is that there's 102 written on it, meaning 10 with 2 zeros. So 10 was 1 with 3 zeros, and that why is my when you go in for an operation and your soldering iron wire has gotten caught on something. I know this is hard to see. I'm having trouble seeing as well. I was trying not to melt everything as I get in here, but it's turning out to be harder to maneuver than I thought. Oh God, it's terrible. Well, hold on. I need to move the light. Yeah, blue LEDs and everything. Oh my God, I remember back in the day, I built a computer and it was just in that era. And I was like, oh man, that was a long day. I finally put together this computer and got it all clocked correctly and everything's working and I'll have a big day of gaming tomorrow. This will be awesome. Time to get some rest. And I turn off the lights and everything is still visible in the room because of the goddamn blue LED that was on the hard drive activity indicator. So it was like everything was lit up and then it was getting brighter and dimmer as the drive was thinking about stuff. Oh my God. But back then you could listen to the machine gods. I'm gonna see if I can just heat up both sides of this LED and it'll just correct itself. Whenever I try to do that, things go awry and the LED ends up sticking to the end of the iron, or sorry, the resistor ends up sticking to the end of the iron or doing something of that nature. Yeah, the bright blue LED era. I remember that Radio Shack had blue LEDs. They required 5 volts and they were like $5 each. So you needed a ton of power to run them. because they were very rudimentary back then. We didn't have the good phosphors that we have now to run them. I guess that's going to have to be good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This pin right here. What are they're there? Okay. So what I'm being so careful about when I'm soldering these in is that all this stuff is surrounded in plastic. You know, these are all plastic, and the iron doesn't really agree with plastic very much. So I need to be very cautious when I'm maneuvering my iron. You can see there's little bits of plastic on the end of the iron because it'll just melt anything that it touches. And with the soldering stuff like this, it helps to get down low to the board. So I've got to kind of strike a balance between all those factors. Probably why I should have done this all in surface mount. But I'm stubborn, and I decided that I wanted through hole. Blue LEDs are the work of the devil. The devil! They should be painted over if they're in a product. I know, it's like whenever they design the product, they go, what's the maximum current that this thing can take? All right, let's just put like a 10K ohm, or a 2K ohm, a 2 ohm resistor. It's like a 10 ohm resistor on this thing. It's like retina smashing ultraviolet blue. Probably could have turned these around. If these were the other way around, I would have had an easier time connecting all this stuff to them, because then the outputs for the LED would have been down here and the input is up here. Yeah, these should have been 180 degrees from where they are right now. That's another mistake that I made. I didn't plan it out properly. Dell laptop chargers. Jeez. Yeah, the trick is to put a piece of electrical tape. This is one of the few times that I will actually advocate for electrical tape, because for some reason, whatever DuPont or 3M is doing, those are really good at blocking light out of LEDs. And if you really feel like you need to see that LED, you just poke a little hole in the electrical tape, and enough of the light will shine through. I mean, to be fair, I could probably reverse these and just reverse the voltages, and the wire colors would be wrong. And then the layout would be so much easier. But I'm not gonna, no, we're not gonna go back through all of this stuff and correct it. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. No, we have wires that'll take our signals around, so we'll just have them cross over. And I will forever live with the inefficiency of my lack of planning. This will be a constant reminder about how stupid I am. And chat will laugh at me, but it's okay. I can take it. Because I'm better than them. Bring back the 70s gigantic components. And they all smell like cigarettes. Everything smells like, everything is brown, and everything smells like cigarettes. That's one thing they don't, all these nostalgia, like, wave things that are coming out, like, about the 80s. And they're like, oh my God, remember the 80s? Everybody dressed in all these bright, vibrant colors. And no, the 80s were brown. Everything was brown. Everything was wood paneled in the 80s. It was awful. Everybody smoked. Not everything in the 80s is Miami and doing cocaine. It was smoke everywhere and ashtrays and brownness. Of course, I was just a kid, so I didn't remember a lot of it, but deodorant was optional. They never tell you about that part. Yep. And all the media was toy commercials. My parents smoking at the mall while walking between stores. Damn. Wait, did I do this one on the wrong one? No, I got the right one. The smoking section at the food court. Oh my God. Yeah. Pizza Hut was nasty. It was nasty with smokers. They had their own, McDonald's had ashtrays. Denny's. Oh, yeah. Damn it. You know, we were set to have a generation that was just not going to smoke. Gen Z was going to be the least smokingest generation. And it would have been really cool. But then they made candy flavored USB stick looking digital cigarettes. I can't even believe it. They did it. They somehow managed to get them addicted. Like, ridiculous. I was sitting at the hospital with my mom, and mom was smoking in the waiting room there. And I also remember when I entered the doctor's office, he was putting out a cigarette. Oh my God. Animals. We lived like animals. Hedonistic animals. If I 180 degree these things, there still is no repercussion. All I have to do is sell away my principles and potentially swap the wires underneath. I'm doing it. Chad, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Swapping them. I'm flipping them over. Yes, smoking on airplanes. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's why that little no smoking light exists in the first place. Why it's not... Oh, are we going to be taking an L? It looks like I'm going to be taking an L. Because, like, if I do it this way, pin 1 is here. The one that we connected is pin 8. All we do is reverse the power input. And now my connection to the rest of the circuit is here and here, down to the ones over here. And the connection to the LED is here and here. So all I need to do is one wire right there, and then this one goes doot doot. That's definitely the way to go. I'm doing it. Gotta just hold on. Gotta just hold on. I just gotta scooch. Gotta. Okay, there we go. Does that not damage if you touch it with a soldering iron? Touch what with a soldering iron? What do you mean? I had a pop cap gun on an airplane when I was 4. We had a trip to Disney when I was little, and I came back with all these toys. I had a lot of toys. I had too many toys. And one of them was blatantly just a gun, and it got confiscated at the airport. I was like, but it's a fake gun. It's got an orange thing on it. She's like, no, you can't. You just can't. I'm like, damn. Go to Disney World, buy guns. They're toy guns, but whatever. The most American thing in the world. Are candy cigarettes still around? Those are fun. You got one puff out of the front of it with the powdered sugar. There's one puff, and then you just ate the cigarette. They're called candy sticks now. There was some comedy that used the candy cigarettes as a joke. Like, whatever, like, detective, like, suddenly just ate the cigarette. But not as, like, a tough guy thing. I forget what that was. I don't think it was... Nah, it wasn't that one. Yell of licorice pipes. If we do, they're probably at some, like, old-timey sort of operation. I gotta get the solder off of this one so I can run a wire through it. I don't think so. I mean, we have everything here. If it's made out of sugar, of course we have it. Look at our bodies. We're all fat. Look at me. I'm huge. Now, which direction is that supposed to go in? Presumably, let me think about this for a second here. That's the input feedback. This one has to go to there. So that's going to be the hard one. I can drop back and go under if I go straight across this. I'm trying to remember when we'd visit my grandparents, they were in Center Sandwich, New Hampshire. There's a place in New Hampshire called Sandwich, and they've got a nice little inn right there, and Sunshine Farm, which is what they used to own. And there was an old-timey candy store on the way in that my folks would let me stop at, because once we got in to the farm, there was nothing to do. It was so boring. But it had like one of those the big things with all the candy where it's like $1. You just load up on stuff. But I don't really remember the specifics of what I got. There's all kinds of stuff. I probably should remove the solder from the other side. Hell yeah, bulk candy. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Okay, so we gotta think about this for a second. These 2-color LEDs have a flat spot on them, but I don't know which direction is which. So what we do is grab the multimeter. Cool thing about the multimeter is the cool thing about the multimeter is that it can characterize diodes. And in characterizing a diode, what it does is it sends voltage through the pins of the diode. And when that voltage is exceeded and the diode lets current flow through, it stops sending voltage through. And at that voltage level, it will then report back what the voltage drop across the diode is. So when you figure out what that threshold voltage is, you are also figuring out what it takes to get the diode to light up, because that's just a natural occurrence of what happens when you get to that voltage. So when you put the multimeter in diode mode, right there, I don't care about the number. I get to see what direction from the red terminal to the black terminal does which color. So if I'm going to this one here, and I go like this, we can see that this direction is green. So if positive current is on the left side of this thing, then it goes green. We want positive current into the plus to make this LED go green. How does that work with the transfer function? This is reference to ground. The positive goes, this would be non-inverting, right? So then this would potentially go, if that goes positive, this goes positive. So we want the one that's on the left side to be connected to pin 1. Yeah, the hot spot would be where I was soldering, because we don't have any current running through everything. So we want the side that's facing this thing to go to the output, sorry, the input of the op amp. Okay, so that might mean that we're going to be in the right direction. So let me double check this. The inboard side, pin 1, and then this side goes to the far one, which makes a little bit more sense. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get that connected, but it looks like I can kind of weasel my way around in this case. Yeah, that works out pretty well. Okay. It doesn't matter if it gets a little swoopty. I do hate that I'm using the wrong wire color. Now that I've reversed everything, that's going to get under my skin. That's all right. That's all right. It's all right. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Actually, pin 2, pin 3, this is the one that connects, so that'll go straight over. How do I get this one out? I think I need to move the resistor over. Just put Sharpie on it. I have a convention for the scheming. You know what? If I use wire wrap wire as my voltages, and I take, then I can weed around these chips and have the proper color on the thing. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. I'll just use the wire wrap wire. Once I get these signals all set up, I'll go through and re-edit it. This is the problem, is I have decision fatigue about all this stuff, and it ends up being all these stupid decisions that I want to make. Moving this off means I can go burp, burp. And then pin 3 in this case goes straight over to the LED. It's between, wait, pin 1 and 3. 1 and 3 is where the LED goes. Hold on a second. Pin 2 goes to the other pin of the LED. Oh no, pin 3 is the input. So 1, 2, 3, that's the input. Hold on a minute, maybe we want to flip them back around again. Hold on. Decision fatigue, decision fatigue. What pins do I, wait, what pins are the inputs? I messed up. I screwed it up. I screwed it all up. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've made so many mistakes in so many different places. Pin 5 and pin 3. Okay, those are the inputs from audio. Oh, so I had it in the right direction. Nobody corrected me. It's because I've browbeaten chat into not helping me over the years. I've gotten them to be compliant enough that they don't sit here and correct me all the time. Plus, a lot of the stuff I'm doing is very hard to communicate. I've been trying to be as straightforward about what I'm communicating, but almost nobody in the chat is an expert in this sort of thing. Because I'm trying to teach people who are less skilled. People say, Bother, you're a good man, you're a wonderful person. But like, they're like, I love what you say, science man, but I don't know what you're saying. I get that a lot. But it's super jazzing to learn about people who are like inspired by what you do. Like, what you've done taught me a new technique is like a really big compliment for me. So yeah, this means that pin 3 and pin 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 and 5 on the bottom of the chip are actually the ones that go to the audio input signal. So my wiring color scheme is actually correct on this side. I still might want to rip it up because I really don't like how sloppy this ended up being, and I may replace it with yellow and white wire. That's wire wrap wire, because this stuff is not going to be taking that much current. I'll have that debate with myself later. I'll do that off air if I'm gonna. When I'm working off air, I get to like have a snot bubble in my nose, and I don't have to like talk with you guys or be entertaining or interesting. I can be as uninteresting as possible. There's a lot of nose breathing that goes on, things come out faster, neater, more organized. Oh, that one's not going to really be able to move. 1, 2, pin 2. Goes to the resistor, which goes to ground, which I'm going to have to run its own ground line across this thing too. Actually, well, this is ground over here, so we'll connect that, maybe by going backwards or something like that. I'll go over here to the encoder, and then maybe I'll have a ground right here that I can connect to, and that way I can run a vertical line straight down there to get to ground. But then the pins of this thing, God, keep slipping out of these vices. Man, so annoying. All right. Pin 1 goes to one of the pins of the LED. And if pin 1, if we're doing a non-inverting op amp, let's take a look at an op amp real quick. Because if that's not inverting, that's okay, so op amp circuits. Op amp circus. Top 10 fundamental. This is back when top 10 lists were dominating the internet. Voltage follower, inverting op amp, where you go into the negative, non-inverting op amp. You're going into the positive, you've got a resistor to ground off of minus, and then you've got a resistor as a feedback thing. And so that's what we're doing. That's essentially what this scheme is. So off of the inverting input, you go to ground, your non-inverting is the input. So we are not inverting. So our output is going to listicles. I forgot about those. Oh my God. We're going into the non-inverting input. So when this swings to the positives, then this is going to swing to the positives, and then our direction of the LED is going to be from one side to the other. A positive and negative is going to be on the green side. And so if it's red in the opposite direction. So this is indeed pin 1 is on the green side. And so that's what we want to hook up to. It's the one that is more inboard to the board. So the ones that were inboard go to pin 1. Pin 1 and pin 7. Circuits and electricity. Ew. You come into somebody's stream and you just go, ew? Rude. I'm a coder. I can't grok electrical stuff. You're using the word grok. Maybe if I do the resistor vertically, that might be a better way to do it. Yeah, that would be a better way to do it. Okay, so we'll do the resistor vertically. Yeah, we do circuit stuff here, build stuff, but we're going to be doing a lot of programming stuff sooner or later, because the screen is going to need something to drive it. And I've got a Teensy 4.1 coming in the mail that's going to drive this whole circuit, hopefully well. See, if I do it like this, unfortunately, I need a ground here, and this is my ground pin. So it may have to go down and over and back up. But then if I do this here, that frees things up a bit? I think so. And then we just go boom, boom. Oh no, because that goes up and over, and then this one goes down to pin 1. So it just goes right there, whereas this one goes doot, doot. Yep, that's going to be the way it is, because it do like it be. I have figured it out. My god brain is sparkling. What's up, CTF? CFT. Oh, I got it wrong. I got it wrong. I'm never going to live that one down. We'll be talking about that one for months. Where's my iron? Hello? Heat? There we go. So yeah, we're setting up indicator circuits for a modular synthesizer module tester. What this is going to do is it will allow me to see the raw signals coming in to the tester. This is an LED excitation circuit that uses an op-amp in order to not detect clipping, even though they say it's a clipping detector. It's not really detecting clipping. It's just displaying where the voltage is swinging on the input signal. So if it goes positive, oops, if it goes positive to plus 10, the LED will light up green as bright as it can. If it goes negative to minus 10, then it will light up red. And this is all part of the front panel of the module testing module. The front panel has 6 inputs, so we naturally have to do the same circuit 6 times. We're using TL072s, and this particular method of stringing circuits together looks like hell. It looks very sloppy. You know, I've tried different methods in order to clean it up. There should be a way to clean it up. I just don't have one. Well, not really like an oscilloscope. I mean, an oscilloscope moves an electron gun depending on the swing of voltage over time. This displays it on an LED. So it's a little bit different, a little bit the same. You're not wrong to compare them, sure. The device itself will have an oscilloscope, though, because we need to characterize voltages over time. So it'll be something of it'll be something of a scientist himself. It'll be something of an oscilloscope itself, in that I'll be able to display voltages over time on a chart. It won't quite be as accurate, I don't think, but it is essentially that. But that's not its primary function. Its primary function is to characterize the signals coming in, give voltage levels, and be able to give accurate outputs. So it's more of a testing suite than it is just an oscilloscope. My face itches. Man, I really hope to get more of this done today, but for this stuff just goes very slowly. Very, very slowly. These are such simple circuits that if we were doing this on the perforated prototyping, sorry, on the breadboard, I would have been done by now. It's just such a simple thing. Such a simple thing. We've already breadboarded it. We've already breadboarded a lot of this stuff. This is all the hardware coming together in its semi-final form. Because, you know, this is the final, pretty much the final circuit. The final countdown. Now, this is the final circuit because I'm doing this as a one-off. I'm not going to sell these. I don't really think there's any demand for something like this. And there's a ton of, you can buy a mutable instrument module tester for like $200. So mine would be far more expensive. It would be possibly more comprehensive. It would possibly also be more accurate. But I'm not really going to stake those claims. So, I mean, the next step, if I was going to sell this circuit, would be to make a PCB with all of this stuff on it. And it would be all just laid bare on a singular PCB, all of the different levels that we're putting into this circuit. But I really don't think it would sell. I'd maybe get a pity purchase from a couple people. And then people would start going, your thing doesn't do this properly or that properly, and I'm just like, I don't need that heat. I don't need that heat. Yeah, we'll twist this. You can't easily push a feature update to a PCB. Well, even still, this is going to be a comprehensive software project too. That's what scares me about it. Because I've got to run an entire UI on this thing. I shouldn't shy away from that stuff as much as I normally do. Hello? What's hello? What are you helloing? Would you get, like, shadow banned or something? Again? What direction is this one? And this one's in the same direction, but it's offset by a row. So while this one goes down to here, this one has to be up one from that, and it can get connected in exactly the same way. Nah. Oh god, that's gonna be in my head for a month. Sports music. I call that sports music because it's played by like all the sports bars and stuff. And they'll never stop. They'll never stop. 7 generations from now, they will still be playing Final Countdown at bars. They will not stop. They will not even waver in their resolve in the tiniest bit. This is music for dumb people. No, it's fine. Thunderstruck at football games. Never. Never, even though people, it'll fall into tradition. Language will change. Everybody will be speaking some weird dialect, and they will still be playing AC/DC at football games, and they won't know why. It's just tradition. This ancient incantation brings luck to our players. For the machine god. I somehow muted sound in this tab, but not anywhere else, and I was like, why is he so quiet? Yeah, I'm not concentrating that hard. It's Friday. It's beer o'clock, my friend. Actually, I have to go to the liquor store after this. I really shouldn't, to be honest. I really should just not. Maybe I'll go tomorrow. Give myself a little bit of breathing room. Chat, I have an admission to make. I have been keeping a secret from you this whole time. I don't mean to spill the beans on this, but I'm so bad at holding on to beans. I really cannot carry beans. I made the decision, and I went through with it, and I ordered the, what's it called? Legion Go. I ordered the Legion Go. Bring the dog on a walk to the liquor store. We'll go walkies after this. She's so cute. But yeah, I bought the Legion Go for my LAN party needs. It also means that I don't have to live in the basement perpetually, which is always nice. That's my ticket out of the basement. I have a pretty nice lounging chair upstairs that I never use, so maybe in the evenings I can scarp her off and just sit in that chair and play video games. Yeah, I went ahead and bought it. I'm going to see how it is. I guess I can always return it if I don't like it, but what that means is that I'm not going to be carrying a 40-pound water-cooled gaming PC to LAN parties. Obviously, I still have all my games here, and I've got the good graphics card down here. I've never really needed the good graphics card. What am I doing? I'm playing Abiotic Factor. That is Half-Life 1 graphics. It's a complete joke. Can you play Stardew Valley on it, or as I call it, Chorehammer 40K? Yes. It can play a pixel game for sure. It's a 3 gigahertz computer. So I don't know if I'm going to regret it or not. Either way, I've got the entire life of the machine planned out. When it stops being able to play shitty indie games, that is the day that it will get relegated to being a computer that is attached to a machine. So it'll be like a CNC running machine. Which is why I'm okay. I still have a little bit of trepidation about buying it, because it's kind of a big thing. It costs as much as my mixer, holy shit. But I don't know, we'll see what it's like. I mean, it's presumably better specs than a Steam Deck, and it's got all the same features. And it's possible that it could run AutoCAD. Maybe I could get Fusion running on it. So I could have a travel, it's basically a laptop, right? With a tinier screen. But I need the top-of-the-line graphics cards to play games from the late 90s. I know, right? Jedi Knight 2 is something that we should probably get back to playing. That was a fun stream. It didn't seem very fun for you guys, but it was fun for me, Jedi Knight 2. Because I got to run around and be like a total asshole to everything and just like force choke everything that I encountered. They're like, "It's you, the Jedi." And then I'd force push them onto the ground. Every single encounter, force choke, slam them into the ground, run away. It's like the honorable Jedi. I can't breathe. I can't. I need a 4090 to watch YouTube. I don't know. I have a 6900 XT just for the number. And it's totally useless for everything. But when I open YouTube, all the fans spin up. And my computer spools up into go mode. And I'm ready. I booted Fallout 76 and I played it for 20 minutes. And I decided that I'd rather have a single-player experience. Even though I met somebody right outside the vault that seemed like they would be very nice. They seem like a very nice person. I hear the community is amazing. But I just can't. It just doesn't click. It doesn't click. Abiotic Factor fucking clicked. That game is great. I'm still playing it. I'm not satisfied until I've moved my base to the furniture store. But like, I don't know. I don't know. 76 didn't hit those same neurons. All those neurons were unactivated. Everything in my computer is now 10 years old except my graphics card. Honestly, like, and if you have a 10 series, it was probably a debate about whether or not, one of the master debates that we've ever had, about whether or not you should upgrade the graphics card, because really there was no reason to. That was my debate as well. I had that master debate all by myself about whether or not I should upgrade. And I decided to do it for the memes, because we hadn't done at that point, a big computer build on this stream. So it took me years to source the parts at the time, because that was just the fashion at the time. Wore an onion on my belt. It took me years to source the parts, and then we did the big build, and it's not that useful. I mean, maybe if I go to render video at some point, even though you'd like barely need to render video anymore, but if I go to render video, it might be able to do it in like a split second. But other than that, I don't really have any use for the latest and greatest. It didn't really do me all that much. Consoles have been a blight on computing stuff for quite some time because of the limited hardware specifications of consoles. Game companies, and I'm not just talking AAA, just games in general, have not really pushed the envelope in terms of like what graphics fidelity they're putting out there. That's why I was a little bit excited for Star Citizen 10 years ago, when it looked like it would have been an innovation, and we would have had like a computer game, a game that was meant for a computer, not a little console system. But alas, in the years coming, I've seen the writing on the wall, and it appears that we do not need big bad computers anymore. And in fact, a lot of the Bitcoin bros really kind of ruined that for the rest of us as well by making math into money. They kind of ruined our stay on graphics cards and the fact that it wasn't that big of a deal to be the latest and greatest of anything. You don't need to do that anymore. You can just have some shitty old graphics card. It doesn't matter. You can play all the good games, because fun is fun, and graphics are graphics. I'd upgrade from a 1080 to 3080 Ti purely because of VRAM. That's right, yeah, it had that crippling VRAM problem. Or was that the 980? I didn't think, did the 1080? Yeah, I guess it did, didn't it? Like if you fill up all your VRAM, bad things happen in Philadelphia. Okay, the circuit's gone. We're done. I just kicked it off. Just threw it. I just threw it across the room. Like I've got anger issues. I yeeted the skeeted. I something or other Gen Z language. We got a little bit of time, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to finish this whole thing today, so we will have a book report when I come back, and I'll show you guys this thing in action. And we'll see if I didn't wire up all the LEDs backwards. I think I got them in the right direction. We kind of looked at the book to give us that answer. There's nothing complicated left to do. It's just going through the motions of getting all of these resistors in the right spot and then wiring them up to ground, getting the ground wired, and then hooking them up to the inputs. And then I need to go get like my mutable instruments marbles in order to excite, in order to trigger these things. But it's a lot of little fiddly work like this, so it's going to be a little while. I wish it kills me because when you stream, one of the things that I think about in the background, and it's not something that a lot of like game streamers have to think about. They don't really have to think about this, but it's like your stream should have a beginning, middle, and end. It should have a hypothesis. It should have, a raison d'être. It needs to have purpose, and part of that purpose is a conclusion. And a lot of the times for me, my conclusions are just a wet fart into a microphone. I hate that that's the case. But with real physical things, with electronics, you have that wet fart conclusion very often, because it gets to a point where I have to do the work off camera. I like to have the moment of, not really aha, but have that goal achieved at the end of the stream where we can have a moment to go, hey, it works. We did a thing. I have a beginning, middle, and end to this stream. It's rare that I get to do that, and we got real close to it with this. If I had made all of these decisions in the beginning and not been a confused weirdo the entire time while building this circuit, I think we probably could have made it work, but unfortunately, that's the way she goes. With solderless breadboard, that actually works out a lot of the time because you're directly doing everything. You don't have to worry about soldering it. And right now, I'm not looking at chat, which is why I'm working actually with a pace. I actually have a pace going on here. What's up, Copper? How you doing? I'll read messages in just a second. Just got to give me a little bit of time. Oh, I need to bend that in the middle, don't I? How am I going to do that? How am I going to accomplish that? If I put the soldering iron here? Oh, getting close to burning myself. Jeez. I always arrive at the end of the streams. That ain't my fault. I go on like clockwork. I have a fixed schedule because my dog gets weird if I don't take her for a walk afterwards. It's all right. I expect nothing from my chat. You're fine. Yeah, we'll see if this silly little Steam Deck like thing is going to be good at all. I hear nothing but good things, but that just could be confirmation bias from the subreddit about it. But what it'll mean is that I'm carrying around a lot less stuff to the LAN parties. It'll be one bag, and I'll have the big monitor, keyboard and mouse, and a USB-C hub. And I'll be able to set up my plunky little computer that'll have better specs than the Linux machine that my friend uses. My friend leaves a Linux machine at the other friend's house, and I think they spent about the amount that I spent on the, whatever it is. Never going to remember the name. Legion Go. Yeah, they probably spent about the same amount as the Legion Go, and I'll have better specifications. It's not a Linux machine, though. I just want to buy a used gaming laptop. I don't know about gaming laptops. You figure they lived like a pretty cursed existence, right? Of intense heat cycles. I do not know how much I would trust it. I'm going to read chat in just a second. Just give me a second. Let me solder something, please. This whole thing has fallen into the vise a little bit. Damn it. Well, I don't know about multi-GPU, but I do know that the Linux gaming machine at our LAN is great. It's done just great. It's played all the games that we wanted to play. It has not needed any help, and it runs like a really nice system. Acer, barely know her. Yeah. What do you guys said? I said the same thing about ordering a new 3D printer. I can return it if I don't like it, but I love it. That's the thing, like newer 3D printers are something else, aren't they? It would be great to get a newer 3D printer. Mine, I've put so much work into. I've got a little bit of like a sunk cost fallacy, and it works really well for what I want it to do. But if I got a new printer, I could probably print some pretty amazing stuff, given my increase in CAD skills. I had an ROG Strix for 3 years. It died from a transistor melting. Oh my God. What a way to go. That is a warrior's death, though. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Transistor melts. No, my 3D porn! Truly a warrior's death. Fine just using a parsec back in my gaming desktop. It's mostly fine. Yeah, my super duper build is not amazing. It's a super duper build, but it's not like it. I can't really justify it. Like AutoCAD is certainly not using my entire GPU, and I'm running like Blender and AutoCAD at the same time, and my computer's like yawning. Is there 3D porn? No, nobody's invented it yet. I'm sorry, Runkar. I was lying. I actually, to be fair, I don't know. I would assume, given the prevalence of porn games on Steam, I'm sure. I don't know the width and breadth of the pervosphere, but I assume since most technology pretty much revolves around porn, that we've already breached that one pretty hard. There's going to be a lot of excess solder on the other side of this board. No, I think we fully estimate it properly. I think Rune just typed it and hit enter before he used his what little brain he's got going for him, and has realized his mistake. Wait, can you get Steam? Steam is on consoles, right? You can get Steam on consoles these days. Is that true, or is that just not the case? Because I know that this thing that I'm getting in the mail has, like, you know, Xbox gaming and all that stuff, which I'm not going to use because my Xbox account is super old and I don't care. But like, if you can get Steam on a console, then you could get porn games on a console. I'm asking for a friend. You can all SteamOS on jailbroken consoles. I see. So they're fairly, they want to keep their walled garden when you use their console, even in spite of the fact that Microsoft has decided to release everything on PC as well. I guess they don't reciprocate. They've already done all their charity for the day. There's Xbox games that are click-through porn. The inevitability of mankind's obsession with porn. I'm quite disheartened about how horny Reddit is. Not lately, it's always been, but a lot of like what I would consider the downfall of anime. I'm all for openness and all that stuff. It's fine. It's just become very, very blatant and sort of sleazy, not in the right way. Sleazy like this sells, so we're gonna push this. It's, you know, I tried to watch one of these modern animes that everybody talks about, and it was just kind of, like, I just kind of like needed a shower after watching it. And like, this is what you guys consider to be good? Like, I don't know. I guess it's not for me. It's for a new generation of pervert. I'm more old school. Adult games with microtransactions? How can you live with yourself? How do you do that, man? There's so, you know, it's free. It's free. You go out there and it's free. It's all over the place. It's like maddening that people pay for something like some shitty anime game that you click through and eventually, I don't know. It's shocking to me. Copies are confiscated by the FBI. There's that facet of it as well. It's like, bro, I saw something on the internet where they were like, what does this game company have an adult woman fetish? And it's like, bud, like what? How terminally online do you have to be to consider? I don't know. I have an NSFW rant that I could go through, but I shouldn't. And I am familiar with exercising restraint, so I'm not. You're not going to hear the NSFW bother rant. I'm not, see, this is really frustrating because the vise has a lip right there. Speaking of NSFW, there's a lip right there, so I can't get the soldering iron down low enough to solder onto that pin. In this economy? Hold on, wait a sec. The Xbox game is infamous because nobody caught the fact that one of the actors lied about her age until the game was released. Oh, I heard about that. Or no, that was a video. I thought that was a porn video from back in the day. Like one of those sleazeball 70s ones. But I guess that happened in an Xbox game as well. Jeez, I overdid it on that. I've gone too far in a few places. All right, and then this one in here, it goes in the square hole. It's called trying to flip it at an anime expo. What the fuck? So like an actual, like you actually get arrested. Damn. The positive side of lost media. All right, we don't need to talk about that. We don't need to talk about that. Hey, look at this. Look, I'm soldering something. Yeah, good time to move on. Jeez. Tweezers. I need to, I just desoldered the wire, so it's in risk of falling through. So I need to get here on the other side of it. Grab this and hopefully flow solder over. Now, not having any sense of dimension here does hurt with this stuff. There are microscopes that give you a three-dimensional view. There's one, it's I think called like the Scorpion or something like that. And it gives you, it has like a spinning lenticular mirror that gives you a three-dimensional view. You get both of your eyes in the microscope are seeing a slightly different image, which gives you a three-dimensional view so you can judge distance. I have never not stabbed myself so much with a soldering iron as when using those. They're pretty crazy. I tried to get one. You can find them used, but they're not too expensive. I think like $800 was about the price. They're used a lot for inspection of things coming off of like a factory line where you don't want your workers to develop back problems from the work that you have them doing. And so you have this special super duper lenticular mirror, what allows them to look into like a hood instead of looking into an eyepiece. You don't have to hunch over as much. And you see these microscopes on Star Trek. You see them on sci-fi shows because they look very futuristic. You'll see like this little hood that's got a thing, you know, below it for the microscopy. but it's really, really cool. I mean, we had those back in the day, and they were wonderful to use. But yeah, ooh, this is a tough one because I actually have to get a little bit too close to the screw hole. I think I'm okay because the screw hole is enlargenated too much, but Chrome broke Twitch. What do they do? Have you thought about getting those giant 70s components? No. What's the gunk that comes off the solder? It's rosin or flux. It's in the solder wire. There's the cable that I'm soldering to. This thing right here has little tracks of flux inside of it, and it coats everything, holds the heat in, and it also keeps it from oxidizing, keep things nice and shiny, and hold heat into the solder joints. What allows the solder to sort of ball up and flow and be wet, essentially, speaking of NSFW. Yeah, I unfortunately suffer from having an adult woman fetish. Fucking kids and their fetish. Everything's got to be a fetish. No, I'm not going to have that rant. I'm going to change the subject. Anyway, solder. I was once told that somebody had a breeding fetish. That's just called being a human being. That's wanting to procreate your species. That's not a kink. That's built in. I won't say anything else. That's part of the bother rant. I'm so lost. We were talking about a bunch of bullshit. That's all you need to know. We as chat tried to... It's, look, lingering thoughts, all right? I'm having an internal argument with myself right now. Plus, I mean, fundamentally, look what I'm trying to do here. How can I not have that on my mind? All right, anyway. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. So anyway, TwitchCon. Surely there's nothing NSFW to rant about at TwitchCon. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. I wanted to go to a TwitchCon, but apparently it's just for perverts. We're not talking... Milton's back. He's a funny guy. He's been doing streamers. What happened? Like, I'm going to talk about it when I've been, like, weird about it? Like, come on. That's... just Google. This is going to hurt. I'm not going to do that. Let me get tweezers in here. Get my tweezies. Yeah, we're going a little later today because I want to conclude. I want to show you guys this in action. And I am a couple wires away from being able to, well, I'm more than a couple wires away. We'll hook one of them up and take a look at it in action. Why Google when you're right here? Because everything I say is going to be on YouTube forever. It's in the year 3000, everything that I say is going to be fed into some overly complicated neural network that's going to end up making a robot arm crash into somebody's genitalia. And they'll bring it under investigation. They'll figure out where the AI got it from, and it'll lead them to the stream where I'm talking about a breeding fetish and how stupid it is. I'll go, what the fuck? And then they'll delete it, and the last remnants of my memory in the year 3000 will then cease to be. I should probably do a 45-degree angle on this one just to avoid the screw hole. The square hole. Pinkertons haul you off stream while you're playing Roblox. What the fuck? Had ROG Strix for 3 years, just died from transistor. That was like a million years ago. Okay, what else are we saying? Saw someone on the Express and seemed cool. Saw some on the Express. What are we talking about? Flexible breadboard? Yeah, I was wondering about that too. It looked interesting. It looked like something that would be kind of fun to build something with, especially if you're doing cosplay and you want to have LEDs on the outside of whatever perverted thing you're trying to make yourself into. I think that that flexible breadboard would be a good little bridge. Some of the board houses are also doing stuff with flexible boards. You can make your custom designed, I don't know, connectors, your interconnects inside of your device. So if you really want to get advanced with your own designs, it's getting cheaper and cheaper to build stuff that's super duper duper professional. I thought that would be a lot of fun to play with. Lights on clothes is fun. Yes, it is. You all kinds of stuff. Pervy or not. I say pervert because it's fun. I like throwing that word around. Not that I actually think any of that stuff. Come on. It makes me sound way more judgmental than I actually am. I've been to raves. I know what's up. Flexible PCBs sounds like a great idea. It's the stuff that they use like when you take something apart and you've got all these weird cable connects that are like the little bar that you need to flatten the thing down on. Those cables are they're not really cables. They are flexible PCBs. It's basically if you take Kapton tape and you wedge copper in between two layers of Kapton tape, then you have a flexible PCB. Yeah. So it's prone to breaking, but it also allows you to do like very compact interconnects, and it allows you to have something in, for instance, clothing. It's just that to make those PCBs, it used to be extremely expensive, like extremely expensive to make that type of PCB because the technology just was not where it is. Now that we have like fully automated 4K super duper etching process that's literally just a machine in a warehouse, and you put a bunch of files in one end and a bunch of PCBs are pooped out the other, we can have cheaper flexible PCBs. It's what's inside of my hearing aid. Yeah, it's how they make a lot of these very compact designs. And you'll find them a lot in like monitors and stuff like that where they need to run a lot of cables. I could really use them on this design, to be honest. There's so many pins running around this thing, and it could be just a really thin, wispy thin cable. Wispy thin circuit board, actually. But I'm not really going to mess with that. It's like 5 years ago, they were super expensive to build. The prices are going down significantly. I mean, all the board houses have easy features that you can build with. It's just every single square inch is going to be a huge jump in price. Yeah, CPAP. Man, I got to get that CPAP running. I can get Clipper to run the CPAP and then run a hose up to my 3D printer head, and then I'll have quiet air delivery, a lot of air delivery for very, very quiet operation. Then it can exist in the same room as me. Oh, look at that. We dropped down in viewers. I was doing pretty good for a little while there. Maybe when I started concentrating, or maybe when I started talking about perverted stuff, because, I mean, a lot of people watch me in their office. Let me do my things. What's a CPAP? Constant pulmonary auto pressure or something like that. Basically, they yeet a bunch of air into your lungs while you're sleeping, and it keeps the air passages open. And what that allows for is better oxygen delivery during sleep. People with sleep apnea basically almost die several times a night due to the airways closing, and it's something that I actually have, and will get better if I lose weight. But yeah, that was a Twitch bug. It's the same number it was 2 minutes ago. What are you talking about? Oh, it bounced up a little bit. So I need to take this one and copy. So what these CPAP machines have in them is all kinds of pressure sensing mechanism, and they've got a way to moisten the air and warm the air before it gets into your lungs. You wanna make sure that you've got nice, warm, moist air going into the lungs, otherwise you can cause other lung problems. But what they also have is a nice 3-phase blower motor that's quiet. And the reason for that is because it sits in your bedroom. Yeah, people who love them, like, absolutely love them. I didn't mind it because I woke up in kind of a better state than I always would. I felt like I had really slept nicely for the first time in a long time. But the settings on mine never went above the lowest setting. So I didn't really need it all that much. So I kind of made the decision for myself. Okay, our next stream is October 1st. Oct01. And then I'm going to take the next command. I got to do these commands manually because OctoJ died. Poor guy. Yeah, he blew up. No, he got a life is what he did. He got a life and he moved to America. He's no longer a resident Canadian. And he's no longer a computer potato like the rest of us. Yeah. He was talking, he didn't die. No, he's alive. He was talking about doing Lego building streams, so I hope he can get that together. He was getting real organized about that. Yeah, it's a phone with a SIM card that's phoning home as well. I didn't like that. Runecar, thank you for the 5 bits. For the CPAP, the copium bits. Yeah, the thing about the CPAP machine is that it also had a cell modem in it. And I have this cell modem. It's sitting around here. I don't think it had a SIM card in it. I'm wondering if that thing had... It probably didn't have infinite data. They probably deactivated it, but... It's rare to see a noise-free hand-wired circuit. I don't think we're going to have a ton of noise. I don't think we are. I mean, we are running wires all over the place, and I could use... I have some shielded wire that I could use, but... Why does it need a cell modem? So the doctor can check up on you, I guess? I don't know. I wonder if it detects that you're not breathing, if it'll phone like emergency services. Because it's kind of weird. It has all this pressure sensing stuff so that when you're breathing out, it's not continually trying to shove air into your lungs. And it'll kind of ramp up and down depending on how it sees your breathing, if it's labored or not. Quality of survival. QoS. Yeah, I don't know. I decided to stop the therapy. I'm not sure if I should have. I don't know if getting good sleep across the pond, they keep track of you. Yeah, I think the doctors also will download all your information. But then Philips, what is Philips doing with all that information? Why are they allowed to collect it? Or are they not completely uninvolved because it's medical data? I don't know what the ins and outs of that are. Mouse found they can limit the pressures though. Huh. Well, yeah, anyway, I don't know if maybe I'd be in better shape if I used it constantly, but I'm not going to stream on Saturday. I guess things are just kind of too busy. I've got to go set up a machine in Philadelphia. Did I mention that I'm in Philadelphia? I'm in Philadelphia, but I have to go into Philadelphia tomorrow. Smell toast. Anyway, yeah. We'll be back on Tuesday. Thank you guys for joining me for this. I know it's not all that exciting, but we have been hanging out, and we've been able to talk about all kinds of stupid shit that I regret. I'm going to finish up with the LEDs on this. Philly's so big you have to go into Philly when you're already in Philly. Yeah, it's a very spread out city. That's why one of my prevailing theories, I don't know if I've shared this with Julian. Maybe I'll wait until Julian comes in one day, but about Batman. Batman has a car, and Batman swings from buildings, but then he also drives his car around. And that really lends itself to Batman being in Philadelphia. I know they've said Gotham and Metropolis are like Midwestern cities or something or whatever, but whatever. I think he's from Philly. You have Frank Miller with the two buildings that look oddly like One Liberty Place, drawing that and saying it's not Philadelphia. You have the Arkham Asylum game that has admitted to taking sort of cues from Philadelphia's modern and Gothic architecture. There are books that are out on tables that have Philadelphia written on the top of that. I noticed these things because I was born and raised in West Philadelphia. I actually grew up in West Philly. Is there Philadelphia cheese in Philadelphia? They make that in New York State. The cheese is no longer from Philly. It's good cream cheese, but it's not from here. Same with Amoroso rolls. Apparently they moved out. They filmed Batman here and it was so badass. This is Chicago. Yeah, pretty cool. Philadelphia is better marketing than New York. I mean, it's a great city. I really like my city. I like it a lot. I need to get into it a little bit more. I need to find stuff that's going on in the city. I'm really bad at doing that. But my theory is that Batman is in fact from Philadelphia. You have sort of the economic disparity between the high class, buildings, and then the super low class, housing that's just goes on in a huge sprawl. You have the cops firebombing people's houses, and then you have a rich guy running around beating up poor people. So it's I that's my theory. That's my going on. Anyway, all right. Anyway, this is a stupid, weird offshoot topic that I had to talk about. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. I gotta go. For those of you on Twitch, I have an end card. Well, I mean, when Gritty punched a teenager, I think I fell in love with the city all over again. Here's my social medias. All kinds of good stuff going on there. I learned some years ago that Boston cucumber mix doesn't come from... I've never heard of Boston Gurkha. In all of my years, I gotta go look up Boston Gurkha and get some weird perverted result. I'll catch you guys on Tuesday. I wanted to stream on Saturday. I'm sorry that I didn't. I'm trying to keep up streams, but life has been crazy. We're going to continue working on this thing. We're making progress. We're going system by system by system, and we're putting it together. So any free time that I have from now until we go back online is going to be spent on this circuit. It's been going slow. I need to get it done. As soon as we get hardware together and we get into the programming thing, I'm going to switch gears. We're going to do a little bit of the hardware on Burn the Subs because it's been kind of neglected. That's the plan. I'll catch you guys later. Bonk.